Hello. Let's get started with today's program, right? So would like to invite Mr. Desmond Israel to give us a welcome address, right? So we'll do that in a bit. Yeah, I mean, here.
Hello. Thank you, August. Fortunately, I'm not giving a welcome address. So I'm supposed to give you a keynote. Typically, a keynote would be me being here with a piece of paper with some long text, and then I'll read it out, and you'll be bored, and you'll be like, what's this guy up to? We came here to hack, he's just reading papers. So I decided to change the keynote to a conversation, but I still have a title. So today I want to focus on building skill or building capacity. And I just want to give you, there's a web page I'm going to show you as part of the conversation, but I just want to give you like 5 reasons why being here is important and then connect it to building skill. I have 15 minutes, so I'll try and make it very snappy so that I can also take questions from you. And you might benefit from that. The first point is, how many of you know ISC squared? CISSP exams? Yes. So the owners or the developers of CISSP is ISC squared. Now, they do more than just exams. In the United States, they are recognized for what you call industry survey. So they did an industry survey about skill set gap. And when we say skill set gap, principally you're trying to say that how many people or how many cybersecurity roles are there that are not filled. Now, according to that survey, currently 5.5 million roles are filled globally, but we still have a shortfall of 4.4 million. So across the globe, cybersecurity can employ 4.4 million people. It includes you, it includes myself, and those in the field, because there's also what you call the cross-function. Yes, good. That's the webpage. Second point that I want to make is the United States 3 days ago, maybe 3 or 4 days ago, they waived the requirement for a 4-year degree. So in the US, as we speak, and that's the program I want to use as my case study for you. In the US, as we speak, entry role do not require 4-year degree. You know why? Because they want to focus on what you guys are doing here. Skill set building. What exactly can you do? And there's a reason why it starts with the entry role. Because as you move forward on the ladder of cybersecurity, you no longer can say that all we need up there is skill. Quote me. No. When you move from where you guys want to start from now, CTF playing, writing malwares and stuff, when you move from there on the ladder of cybersecurity, it is no more about skill. It gets to conceptual knowledge. So even in cyber warfare, you have military generals figuring out how do we use our technical people to win the war against, say, Iran or China or Russia. So it's part of my conversation today that when you start, you also need to have a focus of growth. And I'll get to that point. My last 3 points the third one has to do with technology. OpenAI released O1. And if you don't follow the news and you're in tech or in cybersecurity, then half of your life is gone. You have to follow the news. No, there's no compromise. Like, you need to know what's happening. You're not going to get everything, but you need to follow the news. So you can check out what OpenAI O1 means to ChatGPT and what it means to you as a cybersecurity enthusiast or practitioner or consultant. And you would see that there is a reason why the market would keep opening. Fourth point, the ITU, which is the International Telecommunications, what is it, union or? ITU, right. So ITU comes out with, I don't know, my mind is blank. ITU comes out with what they call the GCI index, Global Cybersecurity Index. What they do is they rate how countries are performing when it comes to cybersecurity. There are a number of things in there, including technical capability. So, like, what are your legal frameworks? Do you have international collaboration? How are you improving capacity building within your country? And then how is skill set, technology, things like that. They put it together, they weight it, those who do statistics, they weight it, and then they come up with a ranking. So yesterday, Ghana is making a lot of noise because we've moved up the ranking. What does it mean to you? What it means to you is that the country is getting noticed. We might not be doing everything right, and I'm the first to tell you that the giants in cybersecurity don't even look at the GCI index. A country like the United States does not even respond when they are given a questionnaire for a GCI index. They have a reason. There's real issues to be fixed. They are not looking for the clout of, are you number one or not? But the United States has some of the best infrastructure, when it comes to cybersecurity. And you might have a lot to talk about Russian skill, but if you're talking about infrastructure, people who have put in money into cybersecurity, the US comes first. So these are people who are not even paying attention to the GCI. But it doesn't make the GCI useless. No, that's not the point. I just want you to see that if your country is getting noticed, then what it also means is the skill you are trying to acquire has the potential of getting noticed. It's the same way if the country is doing bad, like we have with Nigeria when it comes to identity theft and all that. Nigerians struggle to get into certain job slots. They know. They don't even make it past the interview. Once you're a Nigerian, then they stigmatize the process against you, so you don't get in. So I'm just telling you that the more you clean your own ecosystem, the better it is for you for that recognition. Because it may be your chance to join maybe Microsoft. But you're going against, say, an Indian. You might be technically good, better than him, but are they looking at, okay, in the last 2 years, what has your national ecosystem been like? Do they even recognize the space? So all these things are important because I want you to leave here knowing that whatever skill you put up today, you have to develop that as you go on. Last point. Regulatory compliance. We have a cybersecurity authority now, right? So we have a cybersecurity law. Okay. It governs everything that you do. Everything. As a practitioner, they have been empowered to license you. They've been empowered to actually even revoke your license if you do unethical and illegal stuff. The law itself also can put you to jail. So those are the 5 pointers that says the background for you. And like I said, I was not going to have like a long speech. So let's discuss skill building. Let's discuss skill building real quick. And I would like to take questions from you too. So okay, so while that is fixed for me, yeah. So if you're starting to build capacity into cybersecurity, these are the pointers that I'll share with you. And I'm doing this as somebody who's been in this space probably a little over 15 years. So yes, I was here when all the OGs started. I was here when the first Linux user Accra group started. In fact, if you want to trace how security started, That's where it started from. When we were trying to deal with com files and ETCs, those were the days, we began to appreciate that, we could do something more crazier. And so Sabra Asante, those of you who are in the group now, yes, I know Sabra Asante way back. So yes, in case you are wondering, don't match the face to the skill. We've been here for a while. So the first thing I want you to do is you have to, first of all, identify the skill that you want to work with. Why am I saying this? When you put security on your phone, it frustrates you. So first thing you have to do is identify a skill. Why am I saying this? Look at. So this is it was formerly called NICE, National Institute for National Initiative, for Cybersecurity Education in the United States. Now it is called National Initiative for Cybersecurity Careers and Studies. I've been doing some research, and that led me to this. So for the past 2 years, I've made it my business to find out the progress of this particular module. And I can tell you that the US is on track. And any serious country that wants to develop capacity should be looking at modeling around the NICC. Now let's see why I'm saying this. This is a nice framework, and the portal is niccs.cisa.gov. You know CISA. CISA is their critical infrastructure authority. Now, this is workforce. Look at the cyber workforce in here. So the whole thing here actually builds up the entire ecosystem of technology and cybersecurity. But this is workforce. Now, this is a cyber workforce. Under NICC, they consider IT, operational skill. They consider cybersecurity itself. They consider what they call cyber effects. And then they have intel. Right? So you're starting with a CTF. But I just want you to see, if I decide to even put CTF into the category of vulnerability analysis, where does that lead me? So all the purple areas are what we call cross-functional careers. So just by having a vulnerability analysis skill, and I went there because that's how I started. In 2005, when I started security, I was trained as a vulnerability assessor. There was nothing like pen testing, actually. We were looking for vulnerabilities. And this was 2005. So from here, what did I do? I actually indeed went to infrastructure support. Look at the trail. I want you to see that these guys have thought through these things, because my own career, when NICC was not there, model around what you're seeing here. So as into vulnerability analysis, I did infrastructure support. I was actually McAfee Kaspersky consultant for almost probably 8 years of my career. And I did one of the major implementations when it comes to those solutions in Ghana, usually with banks. I went into system authorization, system testing, so where the pen testers find themselves. So I pen test probably 5 years, and then I became a lead pen tester. And then later, when I went to consulting, I project managed pen testing. I have a very unique skill. I write very good reports when it comes to pen testing. I don't need to even be part of the pen testing. You just need to pen test and give me the documents. And we will write the report as if I was there, and I get paid for that. Yes, sir. So, and then you have cyber legal advice. So in 2013, when I saw the terrain, I went to law school. So I was in law school, and I was called to the bar in 2018. So I've been at the bar for 5 years. Whenever I look at these documents, it's like they predicted my life. But what I'm trying to say is they know exactly what they are doing. The US knows exactly the skill they want to build and how to connect it. So from one skill in 2005, I went through that. And so it makes sense to me to share with you as well. Look at somebody who is engaged as a system security analyst. That person has a potential of doing communication security, system authorization, enterprise architecture, even vulnerability analysis, and then you have systems testing there. okay? So I've left NICC to the last part before I jump off and drop the mic. Now, this is another portal that would also give you an idea. I came here because I just want to go straight to the point on some things. Now, look at entry levels, mid levels, and advanced levels. When they say a feeder role, they are trying to look at a technical thing that you can do and not necessarily cybersecurity. Because cybersecurity itself is modeled around enterprise architecture. You know that, defense in depth. So you could have started your security as a data analyst. You are the core. Then you could go out of it and be into applications. So from the core, you're on the next layer. Application sits on what? Systems, devices, servers, and the rest. So that's another layer. Systems find themselves first in an internal network. So then you have a network layer. And then out of the network layer, you are within a perimeter. So you go into perimeter security. And then around it is people, processes. That's where GRC guys comes from. So if you look at it from that holistic perspective, you can identify what the feeder roles are. So are you good with software development? Are you good with systems engineering? And whilst I show you that, it's even showing you job openings in the US as we speak. My apologies. Networking job openings is 188,000 as we speak. But let's get to the point. This is how you connect. So let's start from entry level. So let's say someone comes to this CTF, is encouraged. He proceeds to maybe write one of the ethical hacking entry levels. He gets a job as a cybersecurity specialist. Entry level. Entry level is anticipated. These rates are not Ghana rates. These rates are in the US. Entry level anticipates, yes, of course, because the economies are different. Entry levels right now has job openings for over 7,000, and is paying an average of $89,000. Entry level. And from there, they pretty much give you an idea what your progression would be. So either you're heading for an analyst, you're going into consulting, or you are sticking to your pen testing and vulnerability assessment. If I decide to get, for instance, into consulting, what are the other skills that I could leverage on both from the back or moving forward? So these are all ways by which you look at the cross-functional. Now, you're making about 124,000 over there from a cybersecurity specialist to a cybersecurity consultant. That's like $40,000, a little over $40,000 more in your career. From entry level to mid level will probably take you about 5 years. That's how you build your career projection. So I'm not going to stay with you for the whole day, unfortunately. I should, but I just leave you with this message that you take the CTFs serious rather than looking at it as an event. Look at it more as the way your career started or has you polished the career. That's if you are in there already and you are winning CTFs, good for you. But I wouldn't want you to see by time giving you this platform as just, thank you, as if you knew I needed water. As just an event that you attended, and then it ends there. So identify a skill first. Second point, invest in the vocation or the trade. So what do you want to do? There are over 50,000 careers, default careers under cybersecurity. 50,000 from system security, application security, pen tester, vuln assessor, forensic analyst, security governance, security risk analyst. We can go on and on. Regulatory compliance, cyber lawyer. We can go on and on. There are over 50,000 jobs in cybersecurity. So you can't tell me that because you attended a CTF, you automatically are a pen tester. No. Because I use cybersecurity knowledge today to advise companies when it even comes to legal matters. If a crime is committed and they want to understand what the law interprets it to be, I'm in a better place than my colleague lawyers. They know. Because it is the explanation of the law and then what has actually happened on the ground that we are looking at. So look at it from that context. Invest in that vocation. Investing means time, resources, making the effort to know. And next point is to have a community of interest. If you didn't know anybody in the cybersecurity space, and this is the first place you got to, I'd appreciate what our MCs started doing. Know somebody. I was just smiling to myself, like, you really don't know what this thing is going to do for you. Know somebody. Know somebody. You need to have a community of interest. You might want to get a job. You might want to learn a new skill. There's a travel opportunity. Someone would refer you. That's how our life has been. That's how our lives have been. When we started our career, we just invested into people knowing what we can do. And when I set up a business, for almost half a decade of that business, I never advertised. I never did. I'm not bluffing you. I never advertised. Someone says, use Desmond. So me too, I don't show face. Yes, because you need to preserve yourself. So you might know me, but you never met me before, or you might have heard the name, but you never met me before. But that's not the point. The point is, does industry know what I can do? Would it feed me? Would it give me the necessary relevance? And that's what you should be aspiring for. So I want you to go beyond just recognize it as an event. Last 2 points. Find a mentor. And they are different from sponsors. They are also different from patrons. So know the difference. You find a mentor, you find a sponsor, you find a patron. If you don't find all, no big deal. And your mentors that you find doesn't mean that they have to be, you have to be in their DMs every day. No. That's why mentors are actually at the top. A mentor is that person that you go to with the most important issues. So you use them, when you really need to use them. A sponsor could just get you a conference ticket. Maybe Desmond called Gavin and said, Charlie, put 2 people on for me, and then they are here. They never know Gavin, but they are here. That's a sponsor's role. A patron is more like somebody who works with you every day. It might be in your workplace, and you can have a mentor that plays all the roles. Then God bless you. Because it's hard to find. But if you have a mentor who really, really invests in you that way, you can't drop them. You can't drop that ball. Last point. Aim for growth. Aim for growth. Once upon a time, I was designing web pages. In fact, I started with graphic designing. Then I was designing web pages. And then I was teaching network plus. And then I went to system security, the endpoint security. So system security at the time was just dealing with Windows implementation and how to set up the identities and your user accounts and stuff. That was system security then. Endpoint security came in where we are now adding antivirus, desktop firewalls, host intrusion prevention, DLPs, and the rest. I left there to my Vaughn assessor in 2005. I left there and keep going. Pen testing came in, cybersecurity consulting came in. I went into data privacy. I went into law. I went into anti-money laundering. Now I'm trying to do policy. I'm actually doing policy. I'm not even trying to do it. I'm doing policy and research, and it's still the progression. So every time you get into that room, what makes you different is what you've built and then where you're trying to get to. If you have any question for me, you can ask. I think I've run out of time, but maybe a question. I have more time. Then I'm going to dedicate that time to questions. If you have a question, ask me. I'm giving you that opportunity. And I can always go back to this if the question is about it.
So based on what you said, it looks like a lot of the trajectory suggests that having some foundational skill is better than jumping directly into security. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. When you see these things, they are what we call best case scenarios. Best case scenarios. Because everybody is unique. There are people who got into cybersecurity with an electrical engineering degree. They never knew anything about computers. The few people that I met, and for me, the boom was more in maybe 2012, 2013. and that was before Bank of Ghana even came with their directives, because the directives were in 2018, right? The people that I met, they were into networks, systems, and they were very good at it. Like I met one gentleman, Albert Seshi. He's actually the one of the lead auditors in what's the biggest German bank now? I've forgotten. He has a name. Whatever. So, but he's in Germany. Germany now is one of the lead security auditors there. Why am I making the point? Albert started from graphics and publication. He was in KNUST. Then he came to Fidelity Bank, and he worked at Fidelity. In fact, before Fidelity, he's worked around a bit, but Fidelity is where we met. He came to Fidelity. He worked in systems. He went into VMware, so he was doing virtualization. So when we met, I was doing security as a consultant for Fidelity. And then the interest heightened around the space, and his immediate boss was also into security. His immediate boss is actually his mentor and sponsor and everything, And that's how he blew up into security. Why am I using the Albert example? Albert was with MTN. I can tell you that he was actually one of the finest auditors at MTN. And they attested to it, because when Albert is auditing you, and you are trying to hide stuff from him, he will tell you, this has to come from this network log. I want to see the original log. So he wasn't a checklist auditor. He was not somebody who just pick an audit checklist and say, do you have this? Tick. Do you have this? Tick. No. Albert was auditing people who thought they were in charge of their systems. But that was the guy we're dealing with. It's similar to me sitting in a meeting discussing election security. My colleague lawyers will be talking about the law, but I will be telling them that these are the real problems with election security if you are digitized or if you are not digitized. So that background knowledge always has a plus. But like I said, this is best case scenario. So we can have somebody here who jumps straight into cybersecurity and does the reverse engineering. So he goes in there, maybe he started CTF, he was doing bug bounty, so he's more of an applications person and maybe more of cloud infrastructure. That guy has so much time the other colleague doesn't have. He begins to read, why is the infrastructure set up the way it is set up? That's the beginning of knowledge beyond security. And that's what makes the person different. So you see, they would reverse engineer back into the basics. The other person will not. They are interested, and usually, this is my experience, when you meet people who don't reverse back to understand root cause, they are the ones interested in tools. Nmap. Results. Give that guy a live project. He might be the best CTF player, and I'm serious. He might be the best CTF player. Give him a live project. He's just going to fumble all over the place because the foundation is not there. So nothing stops you from jumping into cybersecurity. But you might want to reverse engineer to understand what you are doing. Because believe you me, most of the tools you are running are a combination of ground tools. A tool like Nmap finds itself into almost every single vulnerability scanner, including the mainstream vulnerability scanners you people pay for, like Nessus, Rapid7, Nexpose. The core of it is Nmap. So can you use Nmap barebone? You know what a barebone is? Sit on command line, write the scripts here, YAMLs and the rest, and get it working. Can you deal with Nmap at that level? Then you should understand all the switches that comes with Nmap. You should know when it's doing a vulnerability scan, because it's not just a network scanner or a network mapper. But you will never try to figure Nmap out if you don't want to do that reverse engineering to understand, okay, why is it Nmap? What does it do? Because what will happen to you is you're always going up either to ChatGPT or to forums to look for script lines and come and run them. One day, your script line will cause production on his knees. You are the first to go home. Your boss is next. The board doesn't give a damn. Bottom line is things must work, and it's beautiful. It's really beautiful to be somebody who has a strong foundation in a subject matter. I have debating genes. I like difficult conversations. So I always come prepared. And it doesn't matter who is on the other table. From school, those who went to school with me, those who work on projects with me, they will tell you. I take people on, the very people that you say, oh, this guy, this place, he's a champ. That's okay. But when there's a subject matter where I find that person fumbling, it won't end well. But where do you build that confidence from? The foundation. You go to a board meeting, you are presenting a budget, and they rubbish you. You know why they rubbish you? You can't even speak their language. Their language is not technical. Their language is business. So you have a pen test report. We give you a board, top-level board. Think they are idiots? No. Very knowledgeable people. In fact, wealthy people. Money speaks. And you enter there with your polo shirt, and we ran Nmap. And when we ran Nmap, we saw all this, and you see we've hacked you, and we have the credentials, we have the passwords. Know what they are going to tell you? Young man, get out. And then when you get out, in your mind, they'll be hacked. These people, they don't know what they are doing. First of all, yes, they will be hacked. That's a fact. If there's a vulnerability, they will be hacked. It's a matter of time. But that's not the problem. That's not the problem. The problem is you. You have failed to prove that what you found can actually harm them. And you fail to prove it because you don't understand them. You don't understand their language. So communication will also be part of your problems. But good communication includes understanding the basics, the foundation. So believe me when I say take everything else serious, including reading the news. Have some RSS feed somewhere that gives you the most relevant. Nowadays, RSS feeds are not even important. Get an app. Get an app on your phone. Maybe DW technology. The news comes in. CrowdStrike happened. I spoke to CISOs in Ghana, and I can tell you, the understanding I have about CrowdStrike, that's not what they are talking about. Because they're looking at the issue on the surface. So this Friday, I get the opportunity to speak to, top-level people. And what did I decide to talk about? We'll talk about CrowdStrike. And I want to talk about CrowdStrike in such a manner that everybody goes back to their office and be like, no, this thing can happen again. Because there's been about 25 different documents released on CrowdStrike, including the fact that Microsoft even had to sign an agreement with the EU years ago, which allowed them to now give security-level access into Ring 0 of Microsoft operating systems. You know what Ring 0 is? You don't know? Well, find out. Ring 0 is where the kernel sits. But if you give somebody access to the core of your bank and something happens, wouldn't they get into the vote? That's exactly what happened between CrowdStrike and Microsoft. So apart from you and I discussing the technical part of it, the businessman needs to know that unless that EU agreement is changed, the terms are changed, Microsoft needs to give people like CrowdStrike direct security access to what? Ring 0. And this thing can what? Happen again. This is just a snapshot of my presentation coming on Friday, just to give you the point that I'm talking about. So we call it root cause. What led us here? You always need to figure it out. Application crashed. Okay. What actually made it crash? Can you get the dump? Can you get the logs? Can you review it? Which is why I have a lot of respect for forensic guys. Because once they tell you a beautiful story about how things happen, they know what they are talking about. And it's all down to root cause. So basic knowledge is important, but it's not necessary. Not necessary, I think I've explained that. People can actually jump into cybersecurity and succeed. They can. But if you do, try and reverse engineer to understand your space. If your work governs systems, understand systems. How is cloud architecture structured? Why do things happen the way they do? If you are into application, okay, why is API communicating this way? You don't even know why the endpoints are speaking that way. So when there is an output, you are looking at it. Like our first major pen test, which I did with some very cool guys who currently are not in Ghana, we got into a banking server. And guys, who were dumb, were in a banking server and couldn't do nothing. Yeah, because we didn't even know how it works. We didn't know how it works. And the question we got when we did the presentation, the first, and I will never forget it. So when you got there, what did you do? How many of you know Adams? Nurudini? Yes. Ask him. He will tell you that story. And then my own personal ninja, Joe. When you got there, what did you do? This was us. So fast forward. In fact, before Adam even got to CBG, he was reading Globus. He was looking for Globus manuals because that was the platform before FlexCube. He was reading these manuals. So I was not surprised at all when he got to CBG and he has absolute control over the business people. I was not. Because the experience we've had, the embarrassment, is taught us lessons. So these are all live examples. And as for me, I have so many cyberspace stories, including ones that get people into trouble. So next question, if I still have time. Oh, I have a lot of time. Today I'll talk entire. Any question? If you don't have to, I pack bag and, I have one. Okay.
Yeah, hello. Good afternoon, sir. Yeah, so there is the narrative in Ghana that you actually need a level of, university degree to survive in certain spaces. Does it still apply with the cybersecurity space?
Okay, so every jurisdiction in terms of every country would approach things differently. Let's start from there, okay? I did say that the US has taken off 4-year degree for entry-level roles. So currently, I'm sure with the federal and then the state employment and potentially some private employment, they might not take a 4-year first degree from you. That will go into their labor practice. So HR would adopt that. Now, unless there is that system change, then you can't, our narrative will be different. And I agree with you. Our narrative with labor is about documentation. That's our narrative with labor. And my technical, I have people here who I'm very well connected. They will tell you, they didn't get to those roles because they were technically good. In fact, before they made it to probably first 2 levels of the interview, it's about the documentation. And HR is structured. And again, this is something you need to figure out because you can't live your life in silo, right? Like, I'm the tech geek here. So, no, you are the tech geek. Understand how the HR guys are thinking. Understand how risk is thinking. Because the power of man is the knowledge of the application of his knowledge. That's you. The confidence you walk into that room with is because you understand what people are going to talk about. And so when they are bullshitting you, excuse my French, you know. So HR always is structured to pay you by grade. That grade is based on documentation and experience. So does he have a university degree? I'll give you a live example. I did a World Bank project. When I was doing the World Bank project, they needed what they call key experts. So I was working with another organization who got the project. What they call key experts means that the person should have a master's in law, in technology. At the time, I didn't have a master's in law. So I was a non-key expert. Do you know the difference between how much I made and the one who was a key expert? $40,000. $40,000. This is why I went back to school. Ain't nobody going to cheat me out of my money. Yes. You say? No, you come for a loan. $40,000 was the difference between a non-key expert and a key expert. And who is a key expert? Somebody who has a master's in law. But that's how the World Bank graded it. Are you with me? So I've gone back to school. I've cleared that LLM. And I'm ready for the next World Bank project. And nobody's going to pay me $40,000 less. Because the pain I have on that project is I did the work for the key experts. You feel me? So if you are not, you saw the last point I gave you, I said aim for what? Growth. If you are really listening to me and you are not just here, I said aim for growth. That's the last part of my point. Aim for growth. Or else we will be hearing you on WhatsApp platforms complaining. We don't give a damn. Nobody has any interest. Listen, community of interest, you know what they call first among equals. First among equals. Business people, lawyers, policymakers, judges, they will use that terminology against you. That's why the president can drive in a convoy. And you don't, because you don't have that privilege. So throw it back into your own personal life, in your workspace. You are earning 1,000 cedis today. And then you look and say, 2 levels up is 5,000. Listen, take this from me. Rather than complaining about the 10,000, aim 2 levels up. So I had my own mentees who wanted to talk about how low they were earning. I said, go back to school. Go get it done. The first time I heard of a CISSP, 2006, there was only one person who was in Ghana who had taken it. But I think there was another Ghanaian but didn't take it in Ghana. This is Albert's mentor. He then had taken it. He was working with GCB. 2006, I was doing security already, at least from a systems level. And I was impressed. I really wanted to take that exam. But do you know when I took the exam? December 2023. How many years later? 17 years. But do you know why I took it 17 years later? I was going to get this project, and everything they were talking about was CISSP. And I said, to hell with you. This is just an exam. So I just got the books, studied it 50 days. So I had what I call the CISSP 50-day plan. I studied it for a month and a half, wrote the exam and passed, and came for the job. So just so you see the point, and this is directly towards your question, I'm trying to use live example for you to see that it's not enough for us to complain. You have to change the situation. And it's a problem with technical people, where your assumption is that you are the tech geek, so everything should come to you. It doesn't work like that. We learned it the hard way. It doesn't work like nobody's going to pay you $50,000 because the CEO earns $50,000 and you are the one who wrote the code. So nobody's going to do that. The CEO earns $50,000 because this is what he brings to the table. He's administratively sound, he's business sound, he has conceptual abilities, and he has done your technical work before. That's something you didn't evaluate. That's something you are complaining, but you are refusing to give the man his credit. Things are different today. The pen testing, Robert and the likes of Gavin and by my young man himself, the kind of testing they do, they were not the testing we started with. Things have changed. The environment has changed. So I am not going to compete with them for pen testing. I am going to partner them for that. But I'm going to do something different. Because that knowledge has passed on to them. They are in a different era. And I also belong to a different era. My contemporaries are CISOs. The people I started with, contemporaries, they are CISOs. If you put my age mates and people we started, those I left NIIT with, they are business owners, they are CISOs. Nobody is writing code. We were writing code then. Today, they are speaking business. Some of them are in charge of policy organizations. They are driving government thinking. And you think I should still be? If there's anything about pen testing today, is that I have a company that takes the project and outsources it. And that's what I do. And people have confidence that even if I outsource the project, they are going to get quality. Because I'm the one going to look at the job. It's my name that is going to be on the report. And I've done that with a lot of pen testers who are working for other organizations, but they are willing to freelance, they are willing to do projects. So I've given you free lead. Maybe last question? Oh, okay. I understand I can take another question. Are you okay? Yes, sir. Fire me one last question so that I can disappear. The loan. Yeah, there's the question about loan. Which of the companies have been defrauding people? I want to set up one so that I can defraud people. I understand when you defraud people in Ghana, the government doesn't come after you. I don't know how true that is. I'm just saying what somebody told me. Anyway, that was just a joke. Any question? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please, you have been talking about foundation.
Not makeup foundation. Yes, sir.
So I want to know where the foundation actually starts, like how the whole thing starts. It's a foundation, so what is the foundation itself?
Okay, let me throw a question back to you. Let me be a typical Ghanaian.
Okay.
I'll answer your question with a question. What do you do?
I'm a student.
Okay. Which department? Which course?
IT.
IT.
Yes, please.
Was that very specific to you?
No.
Why? I'll answer for him because there's so much in IT, right? Okay. So let's go back. In your course, what do you do?
Every semester they change your course.
Everything. Is everything specific to you?
No.
I would answer why. Everything is everything. Do you do operational technology?
No, please.
So you were bullshitting me. It says it does IT and it does everything. I would have answered that question differently. What do you do? Oh, first year university. Oh, wow. Which course? It's a BSc IT technology. What are some of the courses in there? Oh, currently I'm in level 200. Sorry, first year, level 100. So I'm taking maybe logic, maybe now they are teaching us something about the basics of AI. Maybe we are learning systems, right? Okay. The foundation goes to everything that helps you achieve that particular ultimate aim. So I didn't want to just stick to education because if I want to be a lawyer, the foundation here in Ghana is that you have to go and do what they call first degree law. Maximum 4 years. But if you have a degree already, you'll do 3 years. That's foundation. That's relevant. I can't even make it to Makola, which is our Ghana School of Law, where we study professional law, if I don't have that. So the 12 or 15 courses that I have to do at the first degree must be done. Because when you go to professional law and they are teaching you what they call procedure is, for instance, there's a breach of contract between us. You will follow civil procedure. I stole his money. He calls the police. They arrest me. So it's a criminal matter. You follow criminal procedure. In between the two procedures is what they call evidence. So that's why people would say, oh, if you have the evidence, go to court. So evidence, criminal, civil procedure are the things that you study at professional law school. But they are based on the things you studied, the 15 courses you studied at first degree. Bring it back to cybersecurity. What do you want to be? Cyber forensics. What do you know about systems? Nothing. So what are you going to figure out in cyber forensics? Do you know what forensics is? It's cybersecurity after the facts. Forget the textbook. For the record, I lecture too. Forget the textbook. Forensics is cybersecurity after the facts. So there's a breach, there's a hack, there's manipulation of data, manipulation of a database, there's stolen electronic money, Bitcoin, or whatever. Those investigators who are trying to find out that electronically what happened, they are your forensics people. So cyber forensics and investigation. But I'm asking again, the guy who wants to do investigation about stolen Bitcoins, how successful will he be if he doesn't even know how a blockchain works and how cryptocurrency is set up? Go back to the basics. That is the foundation. Understand how a wallet is created, how money is kept, how money moves on the blockchain. Even just the basics of how the Explorer works. How do you trace the money? How is an email server set up? You don't know, but you want to do email forensics. So when we give you a spoofed email, you buy into it. But a spoofed email is actually a red flag. But how do you figure out that is a red flag? Because you know the structure of emails. You know how the header works. When a legitimate server sends a mail, it has a correct tag there, which is the header. If the mail is spoofed, you can tell from the header. But that goes back to email forensics. So the first thing you did was to download, you go to Google, email forensic 2. Then you downloaded it. Then you pick the mail, then you put it in there, it analyzes and gives you a report. The next thing we see on your LinkedIn, forensic analyst. I don't know. But the last person you can bullshit with your LinkedIn is me. Because we can read between your bullshit. Have I answered you? Okay?
Thank you very much.
Since he's satisfied, I'm satisfied. Just sack me so that I'll go. Okay. So thank you so much for having me. And I'm sure we'll meet again. Unfortunately, like I said, I can't stay with you guys to the end. But most definitely, we'll connect again. You can find me on LinkedIn, Desmond Israel. I'm also on Twitter as Desmond Israel. I'm on Facebook as Nimanche. And if you want my WhatsApp number, you can ask Gavin. Thank you.
Oh, please, you can do it better for Desmond. Come on, please give him a hand. I really enjoyed this keynote.
My key points from this keynote address, right, is one, identify a skill. I don't know if you guys took notes, but let me just give you my keynotes from this keynote address. Identify a skill, invest in it, have a community of interest, and now this is your best community. Make very good use of it. Network, find a mentor, and aim for growth. What makes you different? So that's it. That's what we have from Desmond Israel. But do you know who Desmond Israel is? He's going to tell us something small about Desmond Israel.
Now, honestly, like when we were trying to find out about Desmond, right? You see, that's when I realized that Hello? See, that's when I realized that I'm not anybody. Because we literally asked ChatGPT about Desmond. So Desmond, let's see what ChatGPT has to say about Desmond. Desmond Israel is a technology lawyer and a cybersecurity expert with over 15 years of experience in data privacy, cybersecurity, and legal advisory roles. You see, your destiny helper is running away. He should come back. Okay, so he is the founder of Information Security Architects Limited, a cybersecurity consultancy, and a consulting partner at Legal Afrique Unlimited. His background includes significant contributions in both law and cybersecurity, making him a prominent figure in areas like data protection, regulatory compliance, and security governance. Desmond holds an LLM in national security and cybersecurity from not Legayo, not UCCO, George Washington University. Please, how many of you graduated George Washington University? Apart from me, who else? Why are you laughing? And unless that. So only Desmond and I graduated from George Washington University. Anyway, we'll try. And has also lectured on ethical hacking and IT law. He has led research on emerging technologies, particularly in the context of AI and metaverse safety, through his work at the Center for AI and Digital Policy and Reality Safety Intelligence Initiative, XRSI. Hey. Furthermore, just said there's more. He has played key roles in drafting technology legislation and providing expert insights in international conferences. Wow.
Guys.
Wow, please. A round of applause for this. Even though he's not here, he watched it on stream. So please, let's show. I asked ChatGPT about me. It said,
I don't even know what to say about me. Like, who am I?
Not found.
One day.
Not found.
We'll get there one day. So, yes, that's it for our keynote address. And next on our agenda for today, we are going to have investigating web attacks to assess cyber risk. It's long, right? Investigating web attacks to assess cyber risk. And for that, we have another powerful person in our midst, Eric Nisowa Baja, popularly known as Nihak.
Nihak. Oh, how many of you know Nihak? Show by hand if you know Nihak. Yeah, so it's a celebrity.
Yeah. Would someone want to tell us like something small about Nihak that they know? Those who know Nihak.
Those of you who know Nihak.
Something small about Nihak.
What do you know about Nihak? Yes.
Okay, we have one person.
Okay, so I know he's a lecturer, and then he's a pen tester. That's all.
Nice. Please, your name?
Abdul Karim.
Abdul Karim. Nice.
Thank you. Okay, we have another one.
I know Nihak, like my colleague said, is a lecturer as well as a security researcher. And he also had a SOC
Nice.
of a number of 16 people. So
Yeah.
I know Nihak as a hacker, serious hacker.
Nice.
Thank
Nihak,
you.
we recently found out that you have a lot of fans.
Yeah.
So after your presentation, you'll be signing autographs at the back. So please get ready.
And you know, the most important, like, it's interesting to note that these people, when you search them on chat, it's going to give you like everything you need to know about them.
ChatGPT knows about them.
It will do the work for us.
I tell you.
So let me tell you about Eric Nisowa Baja, also known as Nihak. These are not my words from ChatGPT. He is a cybersecurity specialist based in Ghana. And what does he do? He currently works as a security operations center specialist. His expertise spans penetration testing, incident response, and ethical hacking. In addition to his professional role, he's active in education, like was mentioned, and content creation, hosting a YouTube channel called Learn with Nihak, where he shares cybersecurity insights and training content. He has also contributed to cybersecurity education initiatives such as his involvement in the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology hands-on certificate program in cybersecurity and digital forensics, where he served as a facilitator, helping to train participants from various sectors on key areas like ethical hacking and digital forensics. So, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you Eric Nisowa Baja.
Also known as Nihak. Come on. Oh, you guys can do it better for Nihak. Come on.
Please.
Please keep clapping for Nihak whilst he's setting up. Nihak. Pressure. Serious one.
Hi. Pressure. Make don't mind them. Pressure. Good afternoon. I don't even know what to say. If your mentor came to speak before you, how can you even present? And I was even happy when he said he was going, because else if he's sitting down, pressure go bad me. So at least it's good he's gone. I can confuse you people and they run away. At least I have a senior man who I know, as for him, he will not talk. So even when I confuse you, he will not talk. He will not tell you I'm confusing you. So we'll do it like that. I hope you can all hear me. Okay, so I have small business to do here. Then I would be out from the stage, and I'll come and sit down and also listen and also learn. When Desmond was talking, Desmond said, don't take these CTFs or these events, buy time session, don't take it for granted. My time, I'm sure he spoke about his time. He is an old man. My time, I'm a young man. We didn't get things like this. And that's why I always respect the likes of Jevon for sitting down to organize, and the young guys to organize something like this. Our time, I'm sure if we had something like this, maybe we will be far where we are. Because the last time I was telling one of the guys I was chatting with that when I started into pen testing, I used to carry my laptop, put in a bag from Ablekuma. I'll sit in Trotro all the way to Ashaliboche. By the time I'll get there, I'm wet because of the sun. Go to another brother of mine who is also doing very well, Inviter Global. How many knows Inviter Global? The founder. I'll go and sit with him in some small office that he had, just for us to hack or learn pen testing. I'll leave home around 9 and I'll get to a salvatory around 12:31. Because I'm using Trotro 1. Trotro would every 2 minutes be a best stop. Every 2 minutes they will stop. I'll get to Medina, pick car from Medina Zongo Junction. Another Trotro, me least mistake not me for taxi, my car salvatory. And this wasn't something that we were doing once a year. Every Saturday. The days I will not pick out on a Saturday and it's a weekday, we would have to just connect on Discord and hack. Just play Hack the Box. And it is not now that Hack the Box, you have a whole lot of write-ups that people are just pasting flags. You could spend like 1 week on just a user flag. And that was how eager we were to learn. But today, we have a whole lot of sessions going on, and people don't want to even attend. And sometimes I wonder, and I shock. People will be in your DM, oh, Nihak, I want you to mentor me. Oh, Nihak, I want to learn hacking. And then there's an event, you invite a person, you will not even attend. But people are happy to just be on hacking platforms, hacking forums. You go to people's WhatsApp groups or Telegram groups, and 80% are hacking forums. And like Desmond said, he will just read one line, and then the next thing is he's on LinkedIn typing a whole essay. But when you invite him to programs like this, where you get knowledge, not only knowledge, connect with people, they will not attend. I was expecting that by its time today, the whole place will be full with people even standing outside. But here we are. So those of you here, I don't take you for granted. And let's try as much as possible to ask questions, connect, very important. You might not know who is sitting next to you. You might not know, maybe the person sitting next to you can connect you to your next employer. I can see some big men amongst you who have disguised themselves as if they are nobody. I see big men. If I say big men. So connect, and take whatever all the presenters are going to speak about. Take it serious and ask them questions. I would say I'm the least among the presenters on the line. I'm the smallest boy. Yes. When it comes to experience-wise, I'm the smallest boy. So if the 2x4 thing I'm coming to do even wows you, then what they are coming to do, just expect something great. So basically, I'm going to talk about investigating web attacks to assess cyber risk. Now, I am going to drift a bit from my core calling into more of purple teaming. So we are going to look at after the hack. After somebody has hacked you, or after a web attack, what else? What do you need to do? How do you even investigate attacks when they happen? I know a speaker has come to talk basically on web attacks, so I will not touch mainly on web attacks. But after the web attack, what next? Most of the time, people don't know this. All people know is, you hack your moi, then you do what? What do you do? After you are hacked, what do? You delete everything, you restore. Fresh as new. Backup, forget backup. They just have some because backup, they are doing the backup on the same web server. Then he restores. Then after 1 week, now you're hacking the biome. These people cry. Then he clears everything again, restores it back. But today we'll look at what to do when you are faced with a cyber attack or web attack. My name is Eric Sowabaja. I'll go briefly out on who I really am. So the agenda will be, I'll talk about myself. In fact, I'll write myself. Then we'll look at overview of web attacks. Like I said, web attacks is not my calling for today. I'm just going to talk about just an overview. Someone's calling is to come and do web attack. So you would go deep into this. Then we'll look at web server logs. This would be my calling for today. Then we'll look at some cyber attack trends, just to build the foundation why web server logs are important to investigate. Then we'll do some web attack demos. We will not do a lot of web attack demos. I'll rather delve more into the logs for us to see the logs. But definitely, I'll need to attack so that you can see what the logs. Then, yes, we'll do more of the investigating the attack. We'll look at some risks impacts and then questions. Now, forgive me, questions are here, but stop me anywhere, anyhow, when you have any question. If you ask a question and I can't answer, war Google. Because my mentor will always tell you that Google is not for monkeys. Google is for us. So if you ask a question and I don't know, we'll Google it. We'll ask ChatGPT for him to explain to us. I know some faces here. If they ask questions and I can't answer, I'll bring the mic to you. So prepare yourself. We'll all do this together. So basically, I'm a full-time husband. I'm a full-time father. I am even grateful that small boy didn't follow me here. Like by this time, I'll be doing full-time daddy work here. So this is my full-time calling. My full name is Eric Wabaja, like the presenters or the MCs said, popularly known as Nihak, San or Muka. I'm a red team specialist, I'm a penetration tester, and also an application security specialist. I'm the head of operations for Consolidated Bank, the best bank in Ghana. Phone. That is the best bank in Ghana. What did I say? Yes. If you don't have a CBG account yet, please come and open an account in CBG. Your account is very safe with us. I'm not doing advert too. I'm doing what I need to do so that I can get paid and get home with money. So allow me, please. My CBG friends, are we good? I have digital forensic, masters in digital forensic and cybersecurity. I play CTF. CTF is, like I said earlier, CTF was my foundation. That's what I started with. And that's what most of people I know started with. And that's what has gotten us this far. I built all my skills I know in CTF. And then work experience topped it up. But the foundation was on CTF. So I play CTF, I create CTF too. I'm an alumni of Kumasi Technical University, formerly known as Kumasi Polytechnic. So those going to the Polytechnic, don't think that, oh, Obi University, maybe call Polytechnic. I went to Polytechnic. But today I've done my master's by God's grace. Today I'm standing in front of you talking. So you that did degree crown. So I'm not more platform. So. So I'm on social media with the name Eric Niso Abaja on LinkedIn. I'm no longer on Twitter. X, harding. It takes all my time. So I've deleted my account. So the only place I can manage now is this. So maybe if you want to connect, you can connect with me there. That's my personal website. Okay, so I play basketball, I play drums, I play guitar also. And your computer, I'm here. At least I go to church. I'm a church boy. For certifications, I'll just run through. I have some few certifications. Let me not bore you with this. See. My mentor said something. He said he wanted to write CISSP. It took him how many years? 17 years. Yes. I also started in, like I said, I'm a young boy. He is an old man. I started in 2019 or 2018. I did not write any certifications up till 2022. Then last year, I wrote 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just last year. So I didn't start off also with certifications. But I built on the skills I have. I built on my skills. Then when I started moving certifications, I was just writing them. No need to go and learn for it. Because the skills have already been built. So this is it's no pressure. You can also do more than this. I know people who are still in the university and have written like 3 of these things. It's all about building your skills. So you can also do same in 1 year. Someone can even write all of this in 1 year. It is normal. Say normal. So I'm just bringing this here so that it will push you and know that it is possible to also write it. Okay, it's finished. Okay. Now, overview of web attacks. Now, let's start the real deal. Now, let me ask some questions. Today, representation, we'll do it together. Yes, just like I said, me and more platform, no so. But we'll all do it together. Now, let me ask a question. How many of you have been in this situation before? Or first of all, how many of you are in this situation now? I know nobody raised their hand. That's fine. How many have been in this situation before? At least some people are sincere. Some are in this situation who have been in it before. Don't raise their hand. It's fair. How many are in this situation and don't even know they are in this situation? That one there, I know a lot of people are in this situation, but they don't know they are in this situation. Because, yes, from where I sit, the kind of information we get from external threat intelligence, the kind of information we get. Recently, I was talking to a customer, and I was telling him how all his passwords were being sold on the dark web. So I had to guide him to reset all his passwords even show him the path to the malware that is stealing the passwords for him to do that research. He himself, he didn't know. And I told him that he should thank the wife because the wife logged in with a CBG account on his work machine. And that is how come it was tagged with a CBG name. And that is how come we contacted him. And yes, he is on his own. Because once you are not my customer, I can't come and tell you that go and you've been hacked or you've been no. How did I get that information? I will not be able to defend it. But once you are my customer, I would be able to because you are my customer. And you form part of my assets. That's why I said, come and save with CBG. You are safe with us. The other banks, they forget your more. Now, the last question. How many are yet to be in this situation? I want everybody to raise their hand, though. Because, exactly, that's the thing. Everybody will be in this situation, though. I said this somewhere and in a conference, and the big man was like, what is this guy saying? I said, yes, everybody will be in this situation. Why? If Facebook, Google, Microsoft themselves, Kaspersky, who started security when we didn't know security, they themselves were hacked 2 years before they got to know that they were hacked. Those who build the solutions for us, if they themselves are being hacked, me and you, who are we? So everybody will be hacked. The fact that you've not been hacked means that you're time. You're time, also. How many of you know the Stuxnet attack? The Stuxnet Iranian power plant attack? Yes. How many years did it take the Israeli and the US government? It was a specialized attack to them. Even built labs. Spent money to build labs just to make the Iranian nuclear plant. Their centrifuges they use, they bought exact centrifuges, exact numbers, just to weaponize a malware to do the attack. How much more you, who is using one server, sitting somewhere in an office? As I said, no, $100 cry and cost it. A time na. So everybody will be in this situation one day. The first attack I'll talk about is cross-site scripting. Like I said, somebody is coming to somebody's work today is to teach you this. So I'll just read through. So cross-site scripting is basically a trick, attack tricks a browser into delivering malicious client-side scripts to the victim's browser, which automatically execute it once it's received. So just a specialized payload that I can send to your browser just to execute a command or execute something that I want it to execute for me. SQL injection. I know as for that one, everybody have heard that about it before. Anybody who starts with hacking, the first thing he will know is SQL injection. I don't know how it happens. True or true? SQL injection are basically writing SQL codes or SQL queries that ends up doing what you want it to do, either than what it's supposed to do. So basically, we'll look at some of these attacks. So let me not bore you with plenty talk. Remote code execution is where an attacker runs malicious code, yes, on an organization's web app or network to gain access for further attacks. So remote code, like the word go remote. So I'm able to remote code or write a code that would execute or read something or give me something from a remote machine. Then the last one is broken authentication. Broken authentication is when attackers are able to compromise passwords, keys, or session tokens, user account information, or other details to assume user's identity. So broken authentication is basically something like Now, let me give you this scenario. Now, let me even start with this. Everything that you are going to learn here is for educational purposes. Let me give that disclaimer. Before you go and try something else on someone's machine, and when you come, you say that, oh, I came to buy time session, and I was taught there. You are on your own. So everything that you are going to be taught here is for educational purposes. Try that on your own machine or your own server, not on other people's servers. Now, let me give you an attack scenario. And this occurs in, I would say, and hit my test, 80% of applications that are built. Now, we have what we call cookies. How many have heard of cookies? Now, when you log into an application, username, the only right way to log into an application is what? Username and a password. Or username and a token or something. Now, when you log in, cookies are generated. Now, these cookies, their main issue or their main aim is that once the application is talking from the front end to the back end, it needs to send a request from the front end to the back end and tell the back end that maybe I need information of user ID 1 or I need this information. Now, the back end needs to authenticate and know that this request that is coming is a legitimate request. Now, instead of the request coming, should come with maybe a username and a password, we rather use the cookies. So that when requests are coming, username and passwords will not be attached to the request and come. So once you logged in, a session cookie or a token is generated peculiar to your login. So that anytime you are going to request an information from the server side, that token or that cookie is sent along the request, and then it authenticates and then say that, okay, this cookie is legitimate, and then it gives you the information that you need. Now, our developers, I don't know how and when it happens, but developers will develop an application, and then if you copy those session cookies, and then you send it to a different machine, you can use it to authenticate into applications. So I can log in. Once you log in, the next page that comes is what? Maybe dashboard. Now, when you copy that route with dashboard and you send it to a different machine, and you run that slash dashboard, it should redirect you back to the login page because you've not logged in. Those pages are authenticated pages. Now, if you copy that dashboard and then you go to an authenticated page or authenticated machine that has already logged in, and you copy these session cookies, and then you send it to another machine, you will be able to authenticate yourself as the user and get access to that dashboard. You can try this scenario in any application that you want, but make sure that it is an application that you are authorized to, and you will see that you get access. Which is a flaw. Now, the worst of this vulnerability is when you log out from the original person's machine and you still have access. I steal his session cookies from his machine. I use it to log into my machine. I get access as him. He logs out and I still have access. Like I said, this exists in 80% of applications. If anybody wants us to try, we can try it. With application that belongs to you. I will not go and touch anybody's application. Because this lady here is doing live. By the time I see the next news, hack someone's website on live way feed, please. So if you have an application that belongs to you, you can bring it out. We'll test it. And we'll see. Now, so it is not by design, but software developers make that mistake. So you as a security, application security person needs to tell them. So you need to raise it up with them. In my place, I had to fight with my developers. And they ended up giving me the name Mr. Cookies. So now, people in the organization knows me as Cookies. They don't even know my name. But it's fixable. Now, if you explain the scenario to them, they know where they go wrong. and they go and fix it. Because the application should not pick, or the application should not rely on just the session cookies to authenticate you. The session cookies is just for reliance on HTTP requests from the front end to the back end, so that the back end can just know that this request that is coming is legitimate, but not to authenticate you to web pages or authenticated pages. So if you are a software developer here, play this scenario and then see how you can fix it. Are we good? So that's also another form of broken authentication. Another form of broken authentication is default passwords, admin. I have tested applications where you don't enter anything. You just click on login, application logs you in. I've tested applications where you enter something, you click on login, it tells you, it brings you to a page that there's no, like, wrong, what. If you click on the back, once you click on the back, like, the browser back, it logs you into the application. Software developers, we are wonderful. Sometimes I think about these things and I don't understand how it happens. I've tested applications where password is capital P. Let's say the password of the application, admin. The password is capital P, small a, capital S, small a, small a. But when you type everything in small letters and you log in, it logs you in. You ask yourself, what kind of mechanisms or how are our developers coding? But it's all part of the job. At least when I find those faults, it will help me to chop. Ally. Somebody said you don't criticize when you don't get paid when you criticize someone. And then someone laughed and said, you've not met a pen tester. That's our job. We'll criticize your work to get paid. So it is not always that you don't criticize people, because when you criticize people, you don't get paid. Some of us, that is our full-time job. We criticize people and we get paid. Now, after this has happened, what next? And that is where the logs comes in. After you have been in that situation, or after someone has been in that situation and you have been called that I am in this situation, what next? This is what happened next. And that is where the logs comes in. What next is not going to clear your server and then replace back the a backup of whatever you have or restore. No. I'm not saying don't restore also. Yes, restoration is good. You need to restore back. But at least make a backup of the whole server that has been hacked first before you clear and restore, because you need this. Are you good? So we are going to look at, and that is basically what I want us to do. We are going to basically look at web server logs. But let me form more foundation, or let me bring you to speed more. Now, reported losses over the last decade. Now, this is up to 2022, and that is how much has been lost from web attacks alone. We have different attacks. And you could see $10.3 billion. Someone should do the maths for me. Yeah, if I'm Ghana City mo. If I'm Someone should do the maths. $10.3 billion. That's how much people are cashing out from web attacks. Someone, I could hear someone whispering, Charlie, they go on. Oh. But trust me, when you are caught too, it will go on rough. Desmond was telling you how much cybersecurity personnel earn yearly. And you see, that's a cool money, right? Yes. And I believe that is cool money than this money. Because this money, yes, it's cool but not cool. Come again. You'll be on FBI wanted list. And you see, the worst part of it is you can't hide forever. You can't hide forever. You can't hide your identity forever. Because I will try to hide my identity. No social media, nothing. I have a friend called Brave, who is a social media guy. Then one day he takes picture with me and then goes to post it. And then tags me in it too, hack. That is when I will start, my downfall starts. Because yes, I've investigated a case way back when I was in my former life with some company. I can't mention their name though. We investigated a case and there was nothing on the person. We searched and searched and searched. Nothing was on the person. So what we started doing is we now started looking for tags about the person. So who has tagged that person in a post? And we found only one tag. Somebody tagged him, young billionaire, so it's a young billions, so it's a what, and tagged the person. So now there were 3 people in the picture. We didn't know who the actual person we were looking for is. So we went through the person who tagged the person we were looking for, and we saw his pictures. So we were able to rule him out. So left with 2 pictures. Then we still followed with we saw that friend is social media, baby out the camera and taking pictures. So we saw that he has tagged another person, just he and that person, which was another person, not the one we were looking for. And we ruled that person too out. So we saw that then this is the face we were looking for. We still went through that same pictures, that same person, pictures. We saw another tag that he has tagged just he and the person standing in front of a church. So the law enforcement person with us took it upon himself, traveled to that village or that town, went to look for that church, that particular church, and then asked them around, the people around, that, do you know this person? Do you know this person? Apparently, the person we were looking for, his house was opposite the church. So the friend came to visit him. They stood in front of the church and they took the picture. So we saw the church signboard. Then the law enforcement person came to inform his people. They went, they raided the place. When they went, he was on the job. The job which they were looking for him for, he was on it, about to post next set of pictures, and was caught. And he was marveled how he was caught. But you see, that friend of his, that is why this money, so don't vouch for this money. Another one, this is future cyber threat prediction. We are here. Future 2027 is there. And when was it? I think early this week, Monday. No. When did we go for that race event? Wednesday. I was talking to a colleague. I was telling the colleague that, Charlie, are you sure this war on cybersecurity, are we winning? My friend was like, maybe. I said, we are not winning, no. And I don't think we can win, no. No, because tools to perpetrate these attacks are being sold on the market without being regulated. You can get a malware script, as low as $5 to cause a 10 million attack or a 10 billion attack, and you buy the tool for $5. But the solution to safeguard those tools and to safeguard yourself from those tools is being sold for $100,000. So what I need here? I have this device. Those who know the device knows it. Those who doesn't know it too, don't worry, you'll be fine. I have this device. Those who knows it are doing no, they are wishing cake in their head. This is like AK-47 in traditional crime. It's like I've gone to a gun shop and gone to buy AK-47, and I'm holding it with me. No license, no regulating, nothing. Because this can do harm. But it's being sold for some few dollars. Less than $300 or less than $200. And you can buy it, you can just go to the site and go and purchase it and order it, and they will ship to you. And I always say that it is like I have entered into a gun shop and tell him that I want this gun, and they just tell me, this is the amount, I pay, I take the gun, I go. Nobody asks me any question. That's it. And this can cause attacks, where solutions to safeguard this is being sold for $500,000, $1 billion, $1 million. How are we winning this fight? And that is where the prediction is. There are a whole lot of tools. There are tools like this that are being used to transmit malwares, and are being sold for $10, $5, $20. And are not being regulated though. Just order it and they will ship to you. This, at least, some of our immigration experts would know. So once you are holding this at immigration, maybe they might ask questions. But if you ask me and I tell you that I'm using it for work, and I show you my company and you know that this is what I do, you will allow me. Do you get me? Like the cable, for instance. I can just put it in my pocket. This, I made somebody bought it for me. He put it in his things and brought it. Nobody asked me anything. Someone showed me one, which is like a key card. Just holding it, just tagged it on his key, and it was just on his pocket, and it was just roaming about. Nobody's asking, but nobody knows about it. So this prediction there, I'm sure this was done in, I think, 2022. I'm sure by now, if we should check the prediction again, this would have gone up. So, and that is why we need more cybersecurity personnel like you. That's why you need to take your life serious and take your future serious. I'll come to this. Let's look at some of the risk impacts. Then I know that I'm done with the talking planes. Then we can focus on the real thing. They say people miss classes as school cyber attack rise. People were just missing class because web application attacks are going on. Cyber attack hits Malawi Immigration Service. Quick. Ghana the end yenka. Until the maminka outside there no. AT&T data breach. Millions of customers caught up in major dark web leak. WordPress plugin flaws exposes 10K plus website to cyber attacks. Now, this thing, WordPress plugin flaws. Now, I can say on authority again that 90% of our government websites are on WordPress. Quote me anywhere. 90% of our government websites are using WordPress. So if WordPress has a flaw that exposes 10K plus website to cyber attacks, Ghana dear. And I'm saying, it's not that you are doing something extraordinary. Do you get me? So you and the attacker, you are all in the same space. You are working. He's also doing his business on your website. Yesterday, I was investigating a web attack. And I was like, these guys are good. It is only script kiddies, and it will always be said that it's only script kiddies who would get access, compromise your website and deface you. Or someone who has a motive. I'm actually doing a project on a pen test for a company. And I saw a flaw, a critical flaw, that allowed me to get access to their whole source codes. I get access to, once you get access to source code, the first thing you go looking for is what? Config files. saw their config files and all that. I even had SQL injection on their DBs and all that. So we were about to tell them, and then they sent us a message that, are we the people doing this? And I said, send the IP address. And they took a screenshot and said, I said, no, that's not my IP address. Then another people are also exploiting you. Then they were like, oh, but this account has been blocked. The vendor has blocked them, and the vendor shared that thing with them. And I told them that, give me the logs, let me see the logs. Then they sent the logs. Apparently, the people also saw the same flaw. So they were able to download their whole source code, got access to their config files, went to some of their API keys, picked the API keys, and now started using their web server to now send phishing mails to other people, to target other people. Quick. If not that the vendor that they were using was quick to detect it and block it, like they will all be in the system and everybody will work. The legit owner will be working, the attacker will also be working. And you'll be there and FBI will come to you that you have scammed someone, whereby you have no knowledge about it. Somebody has just used you and damned you. Quick. So these things are real. Now, let's now go to my main calling here. Those who are already into pen testing and ethical hacking would at least understand what I'm going to do. Those of you who are now yet to, like I said, someone is on the speaker list, is here to do justice to exact thing that I'm coming to do. So, excuse me, he will take you through web attacks. So you would appreciate it more from him than me. Okay, so I have this application. This is a custom application. I designed it myself. It's a custom lab. I took ideas from different labs, and I even got help with some. That's why I said we have people in here who are doing good, but you might not see them. So connect, because some of the people here also helped me to build this. So this is the web application we are going to attack. Like I said, it is when they were mentioning what I do. They said ethical what hacking, not just hacking, ethical hacking. So I can't come and do demo and go and pick Government of Ghana website and come and do demo on it. I have not been authorized. So I built my own lab. So we are going to use this lab. We'll try some attacks on it. And then we'll see whether we'll be able to know or we'll be able to see whatever happened. Because the thing is, when attack happens, you and me, we won't be there. Right? When somebody is hacking you, will you be there to see that somebody is hacking me? You will not be there. But how would you know that this is what the person did? These are the steps. Because that's the only way you would know where the flaw is. Do you get me? Let's say a scenario, this is the room. And anytime we come in, we see that a chair is lost. Then when you come and replace the chair and go. The following day you come, another chair is lost. Then you come and replace the chair. Now, what we want to do rather is, how come that a chair keeps getting lost anytime we come in? It can be that where the chair is placed, there is some crack in the floor. So every time you put a chair there and you go, and let's say a car moves, and the building shakes more, the cracks opens, and then the chair goes inside. It can also be that even though there are blinds and there are these things here, these things are not locked well. So somebody can pass through and come and pick the chair and go. Until you are able to investigate to know what actually is happening, you will keep replacing the chair, and the chair will also be getting lost. And that is where traditional crime, people would put CCTV cameras and all that, just so that they can be able to do what? Investigate when something happens. Now, your CCTV camera, when it comes to web applications, are the logs. That is where your eyes are. But most of us don't know. So, now this is the application. I'll run some basic commands, which I don't need to explain. So I'll run just a normal directory enumeration just to search for files on the web server. 192. Okay. So basically what this is doing is, I am just trying to see if there are hidden files on the web server. Now, I am providing it with a word list. When I say word list, I'm providing it with a list of file names, common web directory file names. Those who have done web application before, or those who have done pen testing before, mention some of the common file names that can be associated with web application. Index.php. K. What else? Dashboard. Home. Password. Admin. About. Contact us. The folders. You see, when you are creating an HTML, you create your index.php and then you create 3 folders: JavaScript, images, and then CSS. So at least there'll be a folder, maybe a folder called CSS, a folder called images or IMG or image, a folder called JS or JavaScript, a folder called assets. Now, uploads. These file names, someone has sitting down and then written all these common file names into one file, and we call it the word list. So what it's doing is, it is just submitting the word list to the application. Now, when you send a name, maybe /admin, to a web application, it will either tell you that it is there or it is not there. Something like this. If I do, let's say, /admin, like this, it tells me what? Not found. Now, not found is translated in quotes to the web server, maybe 404. Now, when the thing is found, it is translated to a code called 200. Now, what this tool I use, or this script I just ran, where's my mouse? This tool I just ran. What it's doing is you could see that here it is saying what 403, 403, 403. Then it says 200 assets. 200 means what? It exists. There's another one, development, home.php, index.html, login.html. All of them are 200. So what the word list does is, or what this script is doing is, it is automatically, or is using robot to automatically query the web server. Send first word. Does it exist? 400, 404, or anything in the 400 list, or 200. If it is 200, it will tell you that, okay, it exists. If it is 400 or 404 or 403 or what have you, it doesn't exist. And that is how it keeps going to the web server. Now, for you to know whether your site is being going under this attack, there are simple similarities. Now, if I am doing this manually, somebody should time me. Somebody should start his timer. Someone should remove his timer. When I say start, you start. Now, I am going to test this manually to see if I can, to see the time to change from one word to the next word. Is the timer ready? Okay. Now, I'll start to test with byte. So 1, 2, go. It doesn't exist. I'll check the next one. Admin. It doesn't exist. Stop the timer. How many seconds or how many minutes did it take me to set from one to the next one? 30 seconds. 10 seconds. Good. Now, what I just ran, let's go to the logs and go and see the time or the timestamps. So, first of all, okay, let me take you through where the logs are. Now, in the Linux directory, all logs are saved in /var/log. Anything login is saved in /var/log. So I go to /cd/var/log. Now, if I list the things here, you can see I have different logs. Now, if you have set up what we call syslog, then anything at all that happens will be shipped to the syslog. Now, those who are into security operations, you would definitely hear security engineers saying that we want to link the logs to the SIM. Can you send the logs through syslog? Basically, that's the syslog. So anything logging on the Linux environment, on the Linux server itself, is logged in the syslog. Now, whatever web server you are using, if you are using Nginx, Nginx will create a folder for you to log all your logs on a web server on Nginx. I am using an Apache, so all my logs will be in Apache. You see, we have Samba, we have MySQL. So every service that you are running, sometimes create a folder and keeps logs in there, or you get a log from syslog. So I have Apache here. So I'll cd into Apache. And you can see logs, access.log. You can see the log. 10437161 bytes. Huge file. And this is your code. When there's an attack, this is your code. Now, I'm stressing on this. You need to know the web server you are running. And that is where knowing your assets is important. Because if you don't know the web server you are running, I don't know how you are going to get the logs. Because let's say you are using Tomcat. Oh, okay, that one guy is Apache, still Apache. Let's say you are using Nginx. And then you'll be there searching for Apache logs. You go search tire. You will not see anything. So you need to know where you know your assets. Here I know I am running on Apache server. So all my logs will be in Apache. So all I need to do is go to /var/log/apache2. Then I have all my logs in access log. Then I can download this file. And then now start doing my investigation on that file. So what I just ran, we'll see it in this. So if I should just do, I don't want to do cat, because if I cat, we are not going to end here. Let's do till and let me see if they are. Okay. Yes. Now, do you see the two things I typed? So when we tell you that when security operations, we sit in our offices and we tell you people that everything you do, we see. It's true. When we tell you that whatever you do on someone's website, the person would see, it is true. The people themselves don't even know where their logs are. That is why they are not coming after you. Because you don't even know they have that power to know whoever is attacking them. The Omuni man say Omufa Osinogu web server no so. He just go and update it, just go and edit it, update it, edit it, and then he has his website. But everything you do, even when you run Nmap scan on someone's website, it shows. So here, the two things I typed. Now look at it. Excuse me. Look at admin. 926, 928. Then I typed byte. 928. Now, let's look at previous ones that I did with the directory brute forcing thing. The search script I ran. Let me run. I hope cut would finish early. Let me just cut this. Okay, let me just stop it. At least we have few. Now let's. Okay, good. Let me start from here. Awesome. Now let's start from here. Now look at this. 14 September 2024, 9:25:04. Now, it's 9:25. By what time are we? What is the time? 1. But check here. You see it's having what? -4. So now this is also another thing you need to take note of. Else you end up giving false reports. Because if you are writing a report and you don't add the timestamp convention to it, you end up telling your company that, oh, the attack started at 9:04. Wherever the attack started at 1. And now things will not tally. You take it to the court and the court will just bogus you like that. And now you come back to the company and I'm sure you have your sack letter on your table waiting for you. So let's check this. So you see that it has the timestamp -4. Now check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All of this were in the same timestamp. Now the demo I did, how many seconds did it take me to move from one file to the other file? 10 seconds. But this, nanoseconds, you are able to do, and I can even go up more. All of this is 9:25. All of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and still going. Almost like 30 files being accessed in a split of a second. That should definitely tell you that somebody is running a script on your server, or somebody is brute forcing you. This alone should let you know that you are being under attack. And now, you have all the information that you need. If you look here, this is the IP address. This is not the IP address of your web server. This This is the IP address of the one attacking you. It tells you the date. It tells you which method the resource that was being accessed is HTTP. It continues to even tell you the response code 404. It tells you which particular browser is being used, the user agent being used. Gives you more information. So from here, at least I know the IP address that is attacking me. Now, if there is nothing being done again, and I could see that it is only brute forcing, it means, let's say the person is just trying to see and start the attack. The next thing I can do is just pick the IP address and go and block it on my firewall level. Cool. So you will see that you'll be running nmap scans on someone's web server. The next thing you see is you can't even access the server again. Either the person has blocked you or your WAF has stopped you. So we have seen the first thing I did. Now, let me try another attack. We saw something like home.php, right? When we ran did I run the okay, here. So at least we have development, we have home.php, index.php, login.html, right? Let's look at the login.html first. So let me go to login.html. Okay. So it's asking for a username and a password. I'm just going to enter some. I'm going to perform an SQL injection, and let's see if we'll be able to know it or see it in the logs. And it logs me in. I didn't enter a username and a password. I just used that SQL injection payload, and it logs me in. Now let's go back to the logs. Awesome. So now you see the IP address again. I see, or I should make it big. It's good. You can see the IP address, the date again, the URL or the resource that was being requested or that was being accessed. And you could see it is /unsafe_home.php. Then username, then you see these characters. Password, you see these characters. Now, these are URL encoded. So the best thing you can do is to understand what is there. You can just copy this. If you just check well, you will see that there is an end sign that is separating the username thing and then the password. So you don't copy the end, and you just copy this. We have tools like CyberChef that can do this for you easily. And that's it. And that's the payload I entered. You all saw this. And exactly what it's in the logs. So here, we have got to know something, that the IP address that was attacking us is what? 192.168.8.194. Now, the web application file or the URL that is vulnerable is what URL? unsafe_home.php. And from here, we saw that there was an SQL injection payload that was used. Now, the next thing that we need to check is whether the status code was 400 or 404 or 200. If it's 404, the person was not successful. But once we see 200, there you should be shaking now and know that Akwana Nyaneho, he has entered my system. And that particular vulnerability exists. So you note it down. Now, from just the logs, you are able to know that what? The attacker did what? An SQL injection on my site. I was not there when the attack was happening. I can let's make this more real. Sure. Let's make this more real. Maxam, do you have your machine with you? I would make him do the attacking. Do you, I need to give you the Wi-Fi password. The Wi-Fi password, if I mention it here, people would hack me. So, how are you? So, at least I don't want it to be like I am doing the thing, and then I'm showing my own thing. People will say that I've already written this down and I'm showing it to you. So now I'm making someone else attack the web application I've built. I know he can attack it. So I'll let him do what he wants to do, and then we'll also view the logs here. Let's run this again. Now, you see the IP address has changed. See the IP address has changed to 192.168.8.108. My IP address was the 194. And which page did he visit? Home.php. Is that a page you visited? Maxam. Then okay, good. So you could see what method was he using. So he was doing a post request to a home.php. He was doing a post request, that's his IP, to home.php. Now let's visit this. They said I should change this to dark mode. Where do I do these settings? Or where? I'm supposed to change this to dark mode. Where? Yes, it. Okay. Is this okay now? Awesome. So now, let's see if that particular view exists. Now, Maxam, go to the login page and try any SQL injection payload. Let me copy this. Oh, what did I do? Okay. And we could see that, yes, there is a page like home.php. and he did a post request. Post request means that he submitted something. So if I also submit something, so I know that, okay, there's an issue here. Because I just entered a command, and yes, it's a command injection vulnerability, listing all the files on my web server for me. Now, he's done another thing. Let's see. And that's his IP address, 200. He was able to successfully log in. Also again. And that was the payload now he entered. Now, let's check. And now the command the person entered. So you see, from the logs, I was not there to know what he was doing. But from logs, we are able to know exactly what an attacker did. Now, if I should go to my syslog, let me see this. That's the web server host name, basic 2. That's why you are saying this here. I don't want to do, that file will be big. Let's see. Syslog. Let's cut it and see. Okay. This was all the time I was doing. Okay. So let me make, I wanted us to go the hard way, but at least we've tried the hard way enough. Let me now show, and this is where, when somebody says, oh, I work in security, oh, this is too big. Okay. Yes. Now, what I've done is, this is a free open source tool. It's called Logly. So what I've done is I've now moved all my logs and I'm displaying it there. So instead of me going through that black screen and typing it and going through it one by one, at least I am pushing all the logs to a source. And it is displaying for me now, all my logs. And this is what basically the security analysts do. Security Operations Center, Security Operations Center, Security Operations Center. Or security engineers, all that security engineers do is, they just find where the logs are and move the logs into a particular place or get a collector to collect those logs. Once they collect those logs, they just put it on a dashboard and makes meaning out of the logs. And they call that thing SIM. The SIM has inbuilt intellectual properties and AI that does more interpretations based on rules that are written. So I write a rule or I collect all logs. Now, going through these logs, you could see when I did a cut, plenty logs. Even just the directory brute forcing, it was plenty logs. Instead of going through all that logs, you get tired. You have fatigue. So we write rules. Excuse me. We write rules in the SIM and tell the rule that immediately that rule is violated, trigger an alert. So I've written a rule that there shouldn't be, because an anomalous circumstance, if a human being is browsing on a site, it should take at least 10 to 20 seconds for the person to enter and go to the next page, right? Now, if I see 5 web pages being accessed at the same time, same second, flag it. That is a rule I have written. So anytime somebody does brute forcing on my site, I'll get an alert. Because he has accessed application files 5 or more in a second or a split of a second. So it will just trigger it. And something like this will do it. So this would give you more graphical representation. You see, this is at least it is nicer than the black one. At least we colors be kakra, ushe kakra, and I like kakra. Well, at least you would not be stressed going through logs like this compared to that black screen thing. So you see, there are a whole lot of logs. Now, you could see here that there's a timestamp script. There is this script that was run. Not found and unable to start. Apache severity, they said it's an error. The client IP is this. The timestamp is there. It's from the syslog. The severity is an error. The host is basic 2. So this is the IP that was being attacked, that's attacking you. So basically, all logs that you want, I've pushed them here. Let me search for the earliest one. Okay. So, yes. Unsafe.php, what we just did, a session had already been started, ignoring what. Login.php. Do you see? So, you see, that is the IP. Whose IP is this? Mark Sam's IP. He's still doing things on my application. And you see, he typed something. So sometimes I don't even need to write rules. But the system itself, because it's built with an AI functionality, he knows that for the past 1 year, Brave always uses this room to enter into this auditorium. The day after the 1 year, Brave would, let's say, use this window. It will throw an alert to me. Because his pattern has changed. Good. So, yes, people always do that. People write scripts. And I'm sure he has also done some before. That's how come he knows. Because yes, if you are testing an application and then you are, and I'm using the word testing because we are doing ethical hacking. So if I'm testing an application which I've been authorized to, the first thing I'll check is whether they have a WAF in place. Because as for WAF, Web Application Firewall, once you start a brute force, it will block you. So then you need to have a custom script that will test that anytime you are blocked, change the IP. Run another script. Run another brute forcing. Change the IP. So you will keep blocking the IP and also be changing the IPs. For that one, if you have written a rule that if you see this number of requests, block, you might not be able to see that request. And that is where the patterns comes in. And that is where you need to be going through your logs and not only depend on alerts that come. And that is why in a SOC infrastructure, you have the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3s. Now, most people make that mistake and think that tier 1 are the only people who need to do the work. Tier 3, they are on the tier. If any escalation, then they escalate it to him. But it's actually the work of the tier 2 and the tier 3 to not focus on alerts that are coming, but rather go into the SIM, go and read, go into logs one by one, and look for patterns that exist in the logs. So you could see that I have done AD pen test where I saw that after 3 attempts, there is password lockout. Now, I'll not run a script that is going to run a brute force on user passwords, else I'll lock everybody in the system. So I'll run to stop it if I don't get a password. Stop it, move to the other one. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, like that. So I'll never be blocked. I'll never block any user. But these will remain as patterns in the system. So it is up to the analyst to go through and see that these are patterns. Okay, this is what the person is doing. And this is the range of IPs he's using. And this is his style. He does 1, 2, 3. There's nothing again. Then the next IP does another 1, 2, 3. There's nothing again. Another IP does 1, 2, 3. Now you can write a rule against that now. So some of these things are not cut in stone or are not one way show. That this is what they do. Attackers are evolving. Attack techniques are evolving. I've seen an attacker, and as for that person, or as for that attacker, I up till now I say that if I see him, I'll greet him and shake him and tell him well done. Akwani are good. Even though he would cause harm, but the guy was good. The guy was good. He was able to get access. He exploited a vulnerability on an internet-facing application. He saw a vulnerability, exploited it. Once he got inside, all his exploits that he was running, all his payloads, were all obfuscated. He encoded them from base 64 to hex. So he does two encoding. He encodes the main text to base 64, and from the base 64 to hex, and sends the hex. Now, when he exploited the system, he wrote a script and dumped it on the system. Now, in the script, he saved it with the name of a legitimate agent. So there were agents running on the Linux servers. Now, what he did was, the agent's name, he renamed the real agent's name to a fake name, and then put his script as the main agent's name. So let's say you have an agent called Agent D that is running legitimately. So Windows Defender will not block it because it's a legitimate agent. He renamed that Agent D to, let's say, Agent X. Now, Windows Defender will rather go and block the Agent X because it doesn't know Agent X. And then his script, he named it Agent D. So his script was running perfectly without being blocked. So all payloads he sent to the system, the payloads, the agent D runs it, decodes it back to its normal thing that it wants and runs the script. And he was just good. And was just doing that. He even went ahead to buy even domain names that are specific or that comes near to some of the solutions we are using. So let's say you are using Defender, and then you buy a domain name called defender.io. Definitely your SIM might escape it and think that, oh, it is Defender that is coming. Yes, so people are thinking. So defenders also have to think and also, counter the attacks. Are we good? Any questions? Because my time is up, so let me take questions. Yes. So now I'm saying that everything that you do on a system, there are logs. So everything that you do on a system, and that is where the SIM that you are using or the monitoring solution you are using, you need to configure it in such a way that you would have complete visibility over your place. Because there are solutions like a file integrity manager that if you change there, because let me do this last thing and then I'm out of here. How do I get my thing back? Okay, let me go back to this. Change resolution. Oh. Let's see this. Better. So let's create a file. Byte time. Okay, now let me just go here. Where are you? Byte time. Good. Now, I write this. Save this. Okay, so if I cut byte time. Okay, this is what I have. This is what I've written in the file. Let's do this. MD5, some, then byte time. Now this is the hash value of the file I created. Do you get it? Now I am going to make a change to that file. Now look at the change I'm going to do. I'm just putting a space and save this file. Is it the same? I just did just a space. An insignificant change, which if you watch with the naked eye, you will not even see in the file. But I see that this has changed. So these are how files are monitored. So every file, if you have solutions that are monitoring your files for integrity purposes, all these files have been converted to an hashing algorithm, and the hash is created. any change that you make would alter the hash. If I should change, let me just remove this back. See, it's back to the original. Let's look at this. Same by time session I wrote, but I just changed capital N to small n. And you see that there is still a change in the hash. So that is how these files are monitored for changes. Are we good? I hope there's no more questions, because I want to run away. Exactly. Even though we are all using the knee, we are not the same. Yes, your question.
Thank you. So in all that you've taught, I realize the logs are more like your most important asset. Mm-hmm. So what if the hacker's intention after everything is to write another script to clear the logs? Are there some logs beyond these logs that cannot be tampered with? Thank you.
Nice question. And basically, that is what real attackers do. They even end up trying to rewrite your logs or clear their path from your logs. And that is where, and one, so I'll answer it in different ways. One, logs are kept at privileged areas unless you have a sudo right or you are main admin before you can get access to the logs. Just getting access, compromising the web application might give you a low-level user. Once the person escalates his privilege, he will be able to get access to your logs. Now, another thing is, so that is why logs are kept in that privileged area. So there are lists. If someone compromises your machine and the person is not admin yet, you will not be able to write your logs or rewrite your logs. Secondly, that is why you need to be doing log backup. So your logs, and then also, that is why it is important to be writing your logs, moving your logs from where they are and writing them to a place. So like I have this. Like I have this. If an attacker attacks me, like Maxam, and he gets admin, and then he tries to rewrite or clear my logs, this has already been ingested in my log analyzer. So this will not go. Do you get me? If the person even tries to rewrite, it's going to add up to these logs here. But one thing I always say to people is, it is one thing to know where your logs are. It's another thing to save your logs. So keep backups of your logs. The same way you keep backups of your web application, keep backups of your logs also. So you write your logs daily somewhere else. So that if an attacker should attack you and even clear your logs, at least you have a backup. Like I said, logs are saved also in different ways. You have the Apache server logs, which are saved in Apache folder. It's sometimes also written in the syslog. You might get the logs somewhere else. If attacker knows all this, he would go and attack all of them. So the best way is to keep backups of your logs daily. And you need to be checking your logs. You don't wait till you are defaced or you are attacked. Because by the time you get attacked and then you notice it and say that, hey, where are my logs? Let me go and look for my logs. Maybe the attacker would have moved your logs. And you might not see it. So those of us who are in industries or who are writing applications or system admins for companies, the same way you do backup of everything that you do backup of your logs also. I know there are a lot, but it will help you. It's like insurance. Somebody says cybersecurity is like insurance. It's like insurance. The day you get hacked, that's the day you see the essence of that insurance. Are you good? My time is up. Oh, yes.
Are they real time?
Yes.
Okay, and also, can there be a case where an attacker can get root access but still can't delete the logs?
It depends on file systems, or it depends on how you make your file system. But once you have root access, I don't think there's nothing you can do. The hackers here, true or false? Maybe I can give it to my senior to answer that question for me. Well, once you have root or like high privilege user on that machine, you are the king of that machine. There's nothing you can do. Unlimited access, like you can do anything, unless, let's say, the root user itself, there is a super root user. So the root user that you are has limited options or limited privileges. But once you have full privilege, you can even write their whole system again for them.
In AD, Active Directory, I think even there's something called delegations. I don't know. But then, you see, that person that you've delegated the privileges to can also be root, but then will be root to a specific OU. So with that privileges you've given to the person, does it mean when you get the privileges of that person, you can only clear the logs of where the person is the admin, like you can only clear the logs of the OU the person is an admin over?
Yes. So you answered your own question. Now, I said it that once you have admin, you can have admin with limited privileges. So yes, and now AD environments are cluster of machines in an environment. So the fact that I have admin on this does not mean I have admin on this. And when you're doing AD hacking, you hack until you get to the DC. Where the DC would have supercharge over everything. So once I'm able to compromise DC and I have the DC admin, I can do anything. Exactly. But if I have just this machine's admin, I can't go and attack this machine. So I can't go and write even the DC's logs. No. And that is where people will say that, oh, then AD environment is safe. But trust me, AD is the worst you can think of, especially on-prem AD. I have asked my senior man that question before, that did Microsoft design it that way and now moving everybody to go to cloud AD because they are fixing issues there. On-prem AD is a war zone. So don't use this scenario to say that, oh, then an AD environment is better. Any questions? I'm sure with AD you get more from my senior man, so me, I won't go there.
I'm sure more questions will also be directed to you later on.
Okay.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Nehak. Please, let's give it up for him. Didn't you enjoy the session? Please, louder, louder, louder. Thank you very much. Thank you. Are you enjoying the session so far? You made a date with BTS. I'm glad you are here. I'm sure you're also glad you are here. So some of us don't look happy now, even though we are enjoying the session. So we'll have a quick break. Let's get up, walk to the back there and come back, take some water, take some drinks, take some biscuits. Let's do that quickly for the next 10 to 15 minutes. All right. Yes, so it's not just drinks the whole time. We are going to have like actual food. Food is on the way. You guys know how Accra life is. So much traffic. The food is coming. It's on the way. So we are going to have one while we wait for the food that is stuck in Accra traffic. The food is coming, don't worry. Me, I'm hungry, so let's try and wait for the food while we have.
And you scan the QR code and then you get a picture. So after getting the picture, you'd have to use your OSINT skills, right, to tell me the location where that particular picture was taken. And then you send it to me on Discord. Yeah.
There are rewards. There are rewards.
Yeah, so there are rewards. Yeah. Is anyone over here that isn't in the Discord channel? Are you in the Discord? You're not in the Discord channel. Okay, a second.
Fight for it and take it home. I'm holding it already, so the person with the highest score, first and second, you have a share to take home.
Okay, so this QR code, you can just scan it to join the Discord channel. And then you can DM me on Discord. All right, so you can just send me a DM, right? So let's just let me know when you are ready. Has everyone joined? Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Any other people still scanning? Are you guys ready? Okay, so just send me a hi on Discord, right? So I see your name. All right, so I'm going to count down and then I display. Okay, so you have only 30 minutes to do that, right? You have only 30 minutes to identify the place and then send me the location on my Discord. So I'm going to display that soon. Are you guys ready? Okay. All right, you can begin. Yeah.
So these are different challenges. You can see there's a bonus because it's actually a bonus. That one you can get it just by looking at the place. And each and every challenge here has different things and different challenges, whatever you can think of. The name on the Discord is Maxam. When you get into the Buy Time Session channel, just look for Maxam. When you get the answer, send it right to his DM because a timestamp, you're using the timestamps for whoever submits first. 30 minutes, Maxam, what's the time? Okay, you have 29 minutes more now. So scan whatever you can scan. It's not in any order. Whatever you can find first, go ahead.
You can't scan. Feel free to come forward if you can't scan from the back. They want one.
Project is scanning almost all of them for them. Okay, so some of you are complaining about it scanning almost everything for you. We will try and make it single quickly and take it. So since it's single now, after every 3 minutes, it's going to switch. Because it's just 30 minutes for the 6. So 3 minutes, we move to the next one, 3 minutes to the next one, 3 minutes to the next one.
About the Oceans Challenge. If you're a boat driver, don't participate in the challenge. If you drive Uber, don't participate in the challenge. Even worse, if you drive Trotro and I see you participating in the challenge. Just kidding, it's open for all.
Also, when you send the location, right, append the challenge number. So, for example, you can just type bonus and then a colon, then the location. I can see some people are really close.
Oh no.
This man here is really, into the Ocean Challenge. Yeah.
He has to look sharp.
If you're able to identify Jervin's house in the Oceans Challenge, maybe.
I can see people just sending the building's name. Like, I need the exact, like, you can even give me maybe the road. What? Coordinates. You want to add coordinates? No.
Because you can't cross-check it.
Yeah. Interesting. I can see some interesting locations over here. Yeah.
But the bonus there, you guys have to get it too.
Yeah,
See, as I was walking to the back here, some people have taken this challenge seriously. They have opened Google Maps, and you can see NASA. They've connected to NASA satellite.
The Oceans is Ocean.
Charlie, and they are communicating with FBI agents. Just Maxim, you see also.
Charlie.
Sure.
A challenge is a challenge.
It's challenging.
Yeah.
but
So, are you okay? Is anyone complaining?
yeah. Wow. I am electron. It's really, really close. I am electron. Yeah. Interesting.
People are finding it too. People are claiming their shirts.
Wow.
If you can't see, don't be shy. You come forward and scan it properly. The time is going.
You found it? Everything. You've done everything. Help me grade this thing because there are so many. Please be specific with the location, right? Just don't give me like a general. Maybe you are saying East Legon. East Legon is really large, so like very specific. Be very specific. So someone is sending CBG Bank, like there's CBG Bank on the picture. It's in the picture. So
Which of the branch are you saying?
wow. Heavy Ghost is giving us coordinates.
Who are giving us coordinates too? Interesting.
Oh, that's excellent.
Who are doing interesting things too?
From the look of things, I think you guys need less than 30 minutes. Because it looks like a lot of people are getting it. It's Maxam, right? Just Maxam.
Maxam,
Yeah.
there's a gentleman walking towards you. Don't mind him. He's not part of the challenge.
Also selling the answers in a way which is very difficult to even know what exactly is.
Okay, yeah, this is correct. I'll take this, but it's open there.
So at least let them know what they should write. So that it's easier to
Yeah.
Okay.
So why am I left out?
What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Insurance bank will be for
You go ahead, shut your mouth.
Nobody heard me. It's among us.
People are giving me coordinates too.
See, what you want to
Charlie, we can't give you code.
In what street name? So you put this coordinate.
Hello. The thing is, you get the location for us. We don't need the coordinates. We don't need the name of a building. So maybe if you see the image, just voice it out or write it down. Maybe it is Accra Digital Center. That's all. Or this location is Circle. That is all. We don't need the street name. We don't need the coordinates. Others are sending coordinates. We are not ready to take the longitude and latitude to check it out ourselves. We just want you to give us the information that we need. Thank you.
Give you an answer.
What's the
Does anyone want to give feedback on how it's going? Is it overwhelming? Is it interesting? Is this your first time trying an OSINT challenge? Who is playing? Who wants to talk to me? I'll not waste your time. 20 seconds, pay. I'll be counting. Who wants to talk to me? No one will talk to me. You guys are serious, so hey. See, people are serious, so they don't want to talk to me. Patience, will you talk to me? And I'll waste your time. Benes, people are serious. They want your shirts. They want to wear BTS shirts. See Shafika. She's so serious. Oh, but I want to hear someone, like, how is it going? It's going well, eh? Okay, that's the positive feedback. Hello, hello. Are you playing? How is it going? It's fine, eh? I see. So if you win the shirt, how will you wear it? You want to wear on Monday, then you. No. This challenge 2. Please come and scan it again. It will give you challenge 5. And those submitting your answers, please add the name of the challenge. Specify the challenge. And we don't want coordinates, please. Fastest hands would win. Oh, you're not using an iPhone. Oh, I see. Which are they? Pressure. Ooh. You and Kabine. Some people said don't play a game because you are giving them pressure. Please be calming down. Be calming down. People are so serious.
It's like you guys are mixing up the challenge numbers and then the locations. So make sure that you actually append the right location to the challenge number.
If you don't submit it well, it's wrong. Oh. The one who do it well first will get it. Invalid.
First, we have to find the person with the people with the most points. Then we use timestamps.
So first, let's cross-check of the correct answers. Then we focus on those people that
I
have.
feel like we need to write it down or something.
Let me pick a pen and paper. No.
You have 13 minutes to go. 13 minutes.
Tick tock, tick tock. Girls are serious. Hey, this one day. If a lady wins, I'll give her my food. Unless you people don't like food, someone will do anything for food. I'll give you my food today. I'll starve.
They're still sending. Should we wait for them to finish? Then we do that.
Yes, please. If someone completes all before you, the person has won. Oh.
So when you have 5 minutes more,
It's not. Oh, let me see if I'll get the.
This guy is out.
but he's on go lane.
But he's not.
He's sitting there.
Like, make sure you send the right challenge number, right? Because some people are getting it right, but they're not sending the right challenge numbers.
Those people are disqualified, though. Hey, yes, it's part now.
Trucks, right?
Where is it from? Where is it from? Where is it?
Shafiq, I'm waiting for you. I want to give you my food for free. Tick tock, tick tock. Who is confident that they are winning? Hey, I heard a lot of me. Hello, guys. Are we here? Please give me a wave. Wave. Oh, why you guys don't have hands? Aha. Nice, nice. So,
Heavy ghost, heavy ghost.
please, who is heavy ghost? A ghost that is heavy. Oh, I see.
So, if heavy ghost is doing, then me, why am I not doing something?
As for you, dear, we've talked about this already now. So we are done, oh, guys. Time is up. Time is up. Your accurate timekeeper.
You have 5 seconds more.
What can you type in 5 seconds? Tell me. What can you type?
Okay, time is up.
Uh-huh.
Time is up.
Are you guys hungry? Oh, you are not hungry. That's great. It's good you are not hungry. Let's announce those who will be getting their prizes.
Charlie, let me make plenty. I'm not seeing it.
So, since the food is in, maybe they will just go eat the moment they finish. We will put up who, because he putting those details together. He is not going to put everything together.
Okay, guys, you'd have to give us some time to gather the scores and then announce the winners. So,
they said they are not hungry. Me, I want to take everyone's food. I asked if they are hungry. They said no, so I'll take their food. They can sit down and wait. You want your food, eh? You want mine? Put everything together. So please, even if you send it now, cry, don't forget that there is timestamp. So if you send it, when you're saying foul. Okay, guys, let's get up for some few minutes. Those who are hungry, since all of us are not hungry, those who are hungry can just walk to the back, get your actual food, not snacks this time. The food is in. We've managed to beat the traffic this time, so food is in. Let's enjoy some music, small talks, food, and then we'll come back shortly.
Okay,
Guys,
so
we are back.
so those at the back, kindly join us in front.
Yes, the
And
boys
let's
at the
continue with the
back,
session.
please.
How many of you guys enjoyed the OSIN challenge? I hope the OSIN challenge was fun. How many of you were able to do it? You're able to find at least one. I hope everybody found one, at least one.
At least one. Oh, show your hands there.
Who didn't find anything at all? Nothing. You didn't find anything. You didn't find anything. Why do I have a feeling he's lying? Wow. So we have the winners of the OSIN challenge here. We have two winners, the first place and the second place. They both get a Buy Time Sessions t-shirt. So so the first win, of course, there are two winners actually. So the first winner for the OSIN challenge is Fix. Your Discord name is Fix.
Hey, Fix doesn't know.
Oh, please, round of applause for Fix. Come on. I'm so happy it's a lady because wow, please, please.
You are Fix? You are Fix?
Right?
Hey.
She lied to us.
And I ate all my food. Oh, I'll buy food for you.
Fix, please join us up here. Please, round of applause for Fix. Round of applause for Fix. Please, who is taking the pictures? I want it to be on record that the winner of the OSIN challenge was our beautiful Fix. So, I'm going to the shirt presentation.
The shirt will look really nice on you. Like, I can picture you in
See,
my
it's like the
head.
shirt was made for her.
Yes.
Like, I have a feeling this was written in the stars, you know.
Imagine Ryan winning this shirt. Like how he wears it.
Small.
Kameje.
I don't think I've even worn anything before. So
I'm excited. Like I'm the one winning the thing. I don't know.
Please, round of applause for Fix.
Yes. Louder.
you could go change into your shirt or something. Yeah, let everybody see you're a winner. Okay. Awesome. So our next winner, I hope this is a guy. Also, I'll be disappointed in all the guys. You eat the pie in the chicken behind there. If it's a light. Please, round of applause. It's a guy. Nice. So you have saved your fellow guys. Yeah. So he did it for the guys.
This
So
guy, he'll wear it on Monday, then his friend there will wear it on Tuesday, then the other lady will wear on Wednesday.
awesome. So light, here's your buy time. If it doesn't fit, let me know. We would get you one that fits. Yep, it definitely won't fit. But like for presentation's sake,
Yeah.
just smile. Smile and wave.
Oh, please, let's give it up for him. Yeah.
So light,
Fix
we'll
light.
replace it for you if it doesn't fit. Yes. So thank you. Hold on to that one for now for the camera. Yeah. Maybe we anticipated a much smaller person will win. So yeah. So please round of applause again for the OSIN challenge winners. We hope next session or the next challenge you guys would win. We have the certificates. Where are they? They are around here somewhere.
Around here.
Yes.
So we've eaten, we've had a lot of breaks, and now we are going to dive into initial access vectors and covert channels.
Okay, so our setup is not quite ready yet.
Still in the process.
All right, so there has been a change, and guess what? I'll be having the next session. So we'll be talking about the dark web. How many of you know about the dark web? How many of you have accessed the dark web? Now, heads up, I'm not ready for this session. But I'm going to wing it. So if I bow or anything, don't laugh at me. Let me get my stuff and.
Anyway, I'm glad that I don't have a lot of energy, as you can see. So I'm very happy that people with a lot of energy have gone before me. Like we've said, this talk is going to be on initial access vectors and cover channels. I'll explain what those are if this is new to you. Okay, so let me make sure that every time I present, I always show my password. So today I'm trying to break that habit. So please bear with me. Let me share the slides instead. And as you can see, Ryan was just on the slide, right? It's very annoying. Everywhere I go, I see him there. Okay, let me do this. Let me extend my screen. Yes, and then as usual, share something else and not the script. Okay, so here it is. I'm going to go ahead and then make this a slideshow. Okay. Okay, so originally this talk was supposed to be to have been done by myself and Patrick Andor. Patrick, unfortunately, has an emergency, and so he's unable to be here with us today. So please remember him in your prayers. And Ryan, please come for your phone right now, so kick it on the floor. Okay, all right. So who am I? As has already been said, I'm a security professional. I don't want to use the word security expert. I don't think I'm an expert at anything. But I did eat fufu a lot when I was growing up. So if there's anything I have expertise with, it's with fufu. I don't know if you know Patrick. Does anybody here know Patrick Andor? You guys know him, right? Yes. So I don't know if he's an amazing guy. Has great skill. I really wish he was here with us. He did send us a few things. I have not been able to use them yet or gone through them, but hopefully I can show you after that, after the call itself, after the session. So we will cover these key topics: initial access vectors and covert channels. What exactly are they? We'll describe them into detail and just talk about common ways that attackers gain initial access. Now, definitely, we are not criminals, right? So we need to talk about how we can detect these things. The only reason why everybody's showing you attacks is not so that you can go and use them against people. It's so that you can protect yourself against it and protect the companies you work for, right? So whether you're on the blue team or on the red team, you're always in the blue team, right? I heard somebody say that. Because in the end, you just want to defend or protect the environment. I sound like an environment. Protect your company, right? So, all right. Now, what exactly is initial access? We need to have a definition, right? So we know where exactly we are going with this. You may interpret initial access as something else. Initial access essentially is, like MITRE describes it in their tactic, it's the adversary trying to get into your network, right? So just think about it that way. So it doesn't only have to be with a computer. If I can crawl through the window and come in and take your server, I have gained initial access and maybe I've exfiltrated your data. Right? However, for today's conversation, we will focus on the part that is digital, the part that focuses on phishing. Right? Who here doesn't know what phishing is? The one with the PH? Everybody knows that, right? So yes, we will not go through an actual phish or how to set up a phishing lure, etc., etc. That is beyond the scope. We want to focus on how phishing can be leveraged for initial access. Okay. Now, I want to make this an interactive talk. So if you have any questions, you can stop me midway and I'll answer them. Okay. All right. So any questions yet? No questions? Okay. Now, like I mentioned, we need to understand what this is and what the goal for initial access is, right? Attackers do this so they can maintain or continue to maintain access in an environment. At least that's initial setup. So I started to do a little bit of digging around to see what initial access vectors were around in 2019. I didn't want to use the time that I started security. Otherwise, you know my age. You think I'm an old man. Maybe the gray hair will give me away. But so I started with 2019. So everybody feels like, okay, I'm hip, right? All right. But this goes way back. This is a campaign that Microsoft documented called the Asteroids campaign. As you can see from here, the attack took advantage of sending an email with a zip which contained an LNK. An LNK is just a shortcut file. And it launched a batch file, right? A batch file is, you simply can use that to execute commands on a Windows machine. And you can see the whole process, right? So I thought, okay, maybe this is old. So this was documented in 2019. So maybe it doesn't work anymore, right? So I went digging. And then there was one in 2022. This was the Twilio breach. And it seemed to use something similar. In this case, this was a phishing text. In fact, I got one just a moment ago whilst I was sitting here. I was told I've won Miss Ghana something. I should click on some link. So, yeah, I didn't know I had anyway. All right. I'll click on it after the call, maybe. So 2022 is not too far. So everybody knows there's so many instances, right? So probably this has stopped. It doesn't work anymore. Then I saw this summary of cyber attacks for 2023, where the majority of attacks were classified as phishing. I'm sure that this is it's an even larger number. But anyway, this is still troubling, right? So how are they still doing it? So I went digging again. And from this 2024 report from the NCC group, you can see the percentages there, right? It remains the most prevalent attack, affecting 84% of businesses. This type of attack has been around for so long. One would think that after some time, people will get wise to it, right? I'm sure you've gone through, has anybody sat through a security awareness training where they're showing you, you need to, when the email comes, look at the link, check and make sure it's not like you've sat with that, right? So why are people still doing it? Are they crazy? Like what is going on? Right? I'm sure next year will come and we'll still be high again, right? So what's going on? This is another one. I mean, it could go on and on and on. I don't want to belabor the point. So the idea is that we need to start looking at this then. Maybe we don't understand the attack well, and we need to go through it and see what actually is being done in the scene, in the back, right? How is this still successful? And why is it that despite all of our improvements, now people have security budgets, etc., have security teams. Why is it still high? It's like Galamsey, right? It doesn't stop. It just keeps going. Right? So the goal of this talk is to understand this technique. Now, I'll say this to you, right? Like Ryan said, we do a lot of security-related things. We've done 2 incident response. In fact, 3 of them this year, or in the last few months. And all of the attack vectors were like this, right? Somebody sent a link, somebody clicked on it. The whole company got ransomware. Just last week, the same thing. Somebody sent a link, somebody clicked on it. The company got ransomware. And the recent one that I saw was even more interesting. And because this is confidential information, I won't share that. Suffice it to say, this is a problem. So we want to resolve the question. This is how enterprise networks look like, right? Like a mature place. I'm sure in your company you have dragons and lions and bears and EDRs and like there's so much like it should catch this type of thing, right? It should. So that's just a joke. Companies will actually have dragons, right? So yeah, you have the enterprise network looking something like this. There is all sorts of things, MVR, EDR. There's so many marketing terms, right? Just beyond AV, and there are firewalls and there are email gateways, etc. Now, those emails that are sent, they come through a point to get into the company. So that means that if we've learned about this thing, then we should be blocking them. So why are they coming through? It's a little harder than it seems because you have to allow legitimate people to send things. You can't be blocking everything. Then what's the point in the company coming there if the CEO cannot send somebody a link to some crucial or important file, or you cannot send a document, or you cannot send a PDF file, or if you're crazy, you cannot send an executable or something to somebody in the company. Right? Maybe this is going to affect the business. So it's a risk that the company has to take. And in my case, why if I get this because I want to be Miss Ghana, I will certainly click it also. So now there's so many things involved in, you've heard of the cyber kill chain, where attacks begin with understanding the environment you are going to attack, right? For example, if I want to beat Ryan, right? So I don't like him. But I cannot just, you can see he's taller than I am. I need to assess him and say, okay, well, this guy is taller than me. Maybe he's just tall, he's not strong. So maybe one day when it's past, I'll push him a little and see how far he goes, right? And if I push him and he doesn't go, then I know that, okay, you know what, this fight, we'll postpone it. Right? So attackers perform the same activity. Now, these are, they could be both targeted attacks or it could be just be random. I don't know if any of you have ever set up a server online or you've maybe bought a VPS or put something online. Just try it. The next 5 minutes, you will see that people are trying to log in. Yeah. So some of this is automated. Nobody's sitting down and actively I'm looking for all the servers of the internet to log in. Ryan will do that. It doesn't have a lot to do. So, but most of it is automated. A quick example, I set up a lab for something. I bought a server, like a large server somewhere, bare metal online. And I couldn't log in for 2 days, right? I thought I'd done something wrong with the setup. I kept reinstalling and reinstalling and reinstalling. And it turned out that the moment I put that server up, the software interface that I'm using to log into the server has a threshold. If you try to log in more than 5 times, it locks that count out. And so you have to wait 15 minutes. And this was going on constantly. So I could never log in. And I didn't figure it out until much later. I realized, I'm a security person, right? So maybe I should stop the network troubleshooting and check security. And, we know how this goes, right? Yeah. I even sent support an email. I had a fight with the support people. The password they gave me is not correct, back and forth. In the end, I was embarrassed. So anyway, we will focus on a specific part of this attack, the delivery, initial access, and the communication channel. I spoke about the recon, which is assessing the target. Weaponization, once I know what the target looks like, then I can create something that will harm them, right? It's like Superman and Kryptonite. You can create something specifically for that target. So we'll focus on the delivery, initial access, and C2. We won't worry too much about the weaponization and recon. We won't worry too much about it, just a little bit. Okay. Now let's talk about delivery. Delivery is how the malware or whatever is used to compromise the environment is sent. Okay, so it has to be sent in some shape or form. It doesn't appear out of thin air. Okay. This has to deal with a lot of security devices and controls. So how are they getting past this? We'll look at some common things like email gateways and how they should or have been set up to block this type of attack. Any questions so far? Is everybody on the same page with me? Who here has never been phished before? Who here has never been phished? Everybody. Oh, that's a large number. That's a large number of people. So since you guys are so honest, who has fallen for the fish? Nobody. You guys must not be in that 84%. I'm so proud of you. Okay, so let's talk about, this is how the whole process sample, right? If you go back to the earlier things that we showed, this is a similar process. Email, something is sent, packaged. We'll discuss the details, but this is like an overview of how the attack gets through and code execution happens on the end point. So let's talk about the delivery itself. You see we have an email, right? So that's fine. And there's a packaged payload that is sent via a URL link. Now, why don't attackers directly send the payload to the victim? Right? Because, like I said, this attack has been going on for a long time. Everybody's aware of the fact that if you see an executable, an exe file in your email, you will not click it, right? Nobody will click that. Okay, everybody's quiet. Will you click it? Okay, all right. So because I was getting worried. Okay, then, all right. So if nobody will click it, then it's understandable. My mother will click it, just FYI. So that means attackers are smart. They will not send that directly to you. They will try to find a way of getting you to still run it without you directly seeing it as the payload. Additionally, they also have to contend with automated scanning, like an email gateway, something that is going to prevent this from running. Now, I did some research. I did not want to put the names of the email gateways here, so I'll just give you a brief. You can, there was only one gateway that allowed that. Majority of them would not allow you to send any direct executable or JavaScript file or think about all the regular stuff, right? Exactly. Yeah, you can't send some of those things through. It's not going to allow you. So you need to find a way of, and the smartest way to do that is to send a link, right? The link unless it has been flagged in threat intel somewhere to be malicious, it's not going to block you, right? So I did some experimentation. I actually copied. There was a GitHub project that documents daily, I think weekly, malicious URLs, and I copied all of them and sent an email with those links in there to thing. Like I said, I don't want to mention the gateways that I tried, right? But your guess is as good as mine. There are many popular online email services that have email gateways, right? And some of them, funny enough, allowed those URLs to go through. So this explains why this attack is so successful. If this were to be a phishing conversation, a phishing talk, then we would focus on how to buy a domain with good reputation so that you can fly under the radar, right? Unless a human being says, no, I'm going to stop this. Automated systems are in the end still automated, right? Maybe AI is smarter now, but we'll see. So let's do a demo on how something like this will bypass an email gateway. Right? So we have this dragon here who is the email gateway, and we'll see if this is going to work or not. Right? This part maybe, let's see how it works anyway. So once again, like I said, because I'm always sharing my password manager, let me make sure this is not the password manager. Let me make sure I put this right by the slide. Okay. And then I have a few VMs running. Let's go ahead and minimize this one. Is that the browser? Okay. Oh, okay. Also, the glasses are not for fashion. I actually can't see well, so in case you're wondering. All right. So the architecture is simple. Between this system and the target I'm going to send the malicious file to, there is a mail gateway. Right? So there's something sitting in between the Kali and the systems that I'm going to send this malicious payload to. So let's start from here. Let's pick something that is a bit more on the nose, right? So something that should be blocked. So I'm supposed to be a proper hacker, not copy and paste, right? But whenever I do pen tests, I just copy and paste stuff. It's only in the movies that they are being paid, so they have a lot of time to type. Yeah. I'm just going to paste this here. Let's go to kitchen. Kitchen is where I cook all the stuff. Right. Yeah, I shouldn't say this. I can't cook actual food, but I can cook malware. So, okay. So I'm going to send them an email to a target, and I'll just I'll talk to you what I'm doing. Okay. So we are John Smithu, right, from hacker.zn. So we're making this very obvious. And we're sending an email to a person called Test Me at Gateway. I think it's like a Kung Fu guy or something. It's very strong, so it's not going to allow us to go through. And our subject is going to be download this p-link file. And this is the p-link file. There's a Qtable. We are adding that as an attachment and sending that through the gateway to the client. Now let's look at the client itself. And you know what? I'm going to do this. I'd rather mirror my screen so I can also see. So let's, can see I have a lot of notes, right? I always write a lot of notes, so. Okay. So now there are two systems. Let's start with this one. This is fine. And minimize this one. And open the email client here. We currently shouldn't have any emails. Let's see if there are any emails there. Currently, we don't have any. We will also analyze this on the fly. So let's go ahead and let's jump into, Ni has already spoken about syslog and how beneficial it is. So I will not belabor the point. I have Mail Scanner. It's an open source email gateway. I've configured it with various things. And I'm just going to sit and wait for logs to come in so I can analyze them and see what's happening. So I'm going to send the email, and if all goes well, we get a success email has been sent. We send executable with some message. Right, now let's see what the logs tell us. We'll go in here, and I'm just grepping. So I'm simply looking at the file, and there's so much information in there. I'll show you what it looks like. But I'm simply just checking to see if the keywords infected are there. And you can see that it's actually grabbed this peeling file, and it's flagged it as malicious. If I were to show you the whole log, it's actually doing a scan, it's testing and comparing the domain I'm sending from with some outbound domains, etc. Right? So it's doing all the right things to block this file from coming in. Let's go ahead and see what happens on the client side. So on test me, you can see we have an email that dropped. The content, this is a little bit small, but hopefully you can see it. It's a warning, really. It's saying that this is the message that came. There was an attachment, but I have removed the attachment. Right? This is just a message that you can go ahead and read. It simply did not allow whatever malicious file we sent to go through. So hooray for us. Right? We can now go to sleep. Whatever phishing happens, we are protected against that. This should be sufficient. However, attackers are smart, right? They know if they send the executable, you will block it. So they'll try and send you something else. And I leave it to you guys, right? What should we send next? Okay, this is our... So let's keep tailing the file. And over here in the kitchen, maybe we can send something else. I have a number of files, so let's pick one. We can send, let's see. Yes, we can send a zip file. Right? I have some zip files in here, so let's try one of those. Okay, I think this, okay, this one should work. So it's simply the same thing. I'm only sending a zip file instead. Now, why am I sending the zip file? Because, well, now it's not the executable anymore. It's inside the executable is pretty much the same file, but it's not the executable anymore. So maybe this one will work. And for full disclosure, I'm going to open up the not grep for specific things. I'll let you see how this file is analyzed. So let's show you the whole log. Okay. All right, so I'm tailing the file. Let's give it some space so you can see the new logs that are coming. A lot of space. All right. And we send this file. Okay, it seems to have gone through again. Let's look at our logs and see what it tells us. You can see there's a lot of things about stuff being queued. I'm looking for something specifically. Right? You see that there's a virus and context scanning has started. So simply what the gateway is doing is that it's going to actually open up the zip file and start analyzing the content in there. You can see that inside the zip file, I have a number of files. I have some dynamic link libraries. I have an actual batch file. I have a PDF that seems to have an extension of link, etc., etc. Right? So it's actually opening up this file. Now, one technique that attackers would also try to do is that they will put a password on the file. So then you can't open the file unless you know the password. Most email gateways I've seen will block it anyway. Once they can't read the password, then they suspect you're doing something malicious, right? Now, this could be genuine. You could be sending something to your girlfriend, right? Maybe this is like the wedding proposal. You put it in the password, and it's her birthday or the day you met, so you want to be romantic. I'm sorry, right? But the email gateway it's not romantic. Just like me, I don't like soap operas. I don't know why they are. Anyway, all right. So there's so many other things I could show you. The gateway is going to block all of them anyway. So let's not do any of that. Let's try one that works. And if we go back to the client, we can confirm that the email comes through as usual. However, the zip file will not be allowed. Right? So once again, the file is not allowed through, and the user is informed about the content of the file. Now I'll talk about why I'm sending this content later, okay, when we cover initial access itself beyond just the delivery. Okay. So all good so far. Okay. All right, so now let's send something else. And I leave this question to you. What will be allowed through an email gateway? You guys send emails also. So it's not like I'm the only person who knows how to send email. What goes through when you send an email to people? Which file type? Which document? Yes. PDF. Right? Yes, exactly. Why not? Because PDFs are used for work also. So you could try sending a PDF. Docs, right? Exactly. I'm hearing some whispering, but yes. Whatever you said is correct. As long as it's not any of these formats, I should qualify that. Right? So we're going to send a new file. We won't call it normal. We'll call it, if it's not normal, then it's Ryan. But sorry. Okay, so we'll send this one instead. CV ananse.html. I hope I spelled that correctly. Okay, so we're sending that through. If we look at the logs, okay, we see that this pops up. We don't see any indication that something is being blocked. Let's check the client and see what comes through. And we have the email. And we sent the same thing, but we sent a link. Right? This link should be innocuous, right? I just learned that word, so I want to use it. It should be innocuous. It is safe. Okay. Okay, so now we have a means of sending something to the client. Now, how do we take advantage of this? What is inside this particular file? We'll soon find out in episode 2 of, I'm just kidding, let's just move on. Right. So now we go to execution. So what is actually going to get executed on the target? This is perhaps the trickiest part of the whole thing, right? We need to convince the user to open the file. That's one of the things that you have to do. Unless you have like a 0-day that's going to trigger immediately they open the email, right? Or a drive-by download or something unique, right? And if I had something like that, I will not come and demo it here, right? I will probably sell that to a 3-letter agency and be retiring in Hawaii. Okay. So this is the most tricky part. It requires a lot of creativity, and this is why you see this sort of behavior. Right? This is a simple one, but the idea is to dechain, or not to make it so obvious, right? So create a lot of steps, a lot of things, so that whatever defense is in the way will not trigger, right, or ignore what you're doing. It's the hardest part of this process. Now, one of the reasons why we are packaging, you can see the first thing we do, is that, I don't know if any of you have paid attention to this. If you download any document that is outside of your network, it's going to come with this mark on it. This mark will say that this file came from another computer and therefore might be harmful to your system. It's called the mark of the web. Right? It's marked that way. It's not often blocked. Sometimes you still see it there. But it just tells you that it might be harmful to your system. So it is marked. The interesting thing is that when you zip the document that you send, or you put it in an image, this mark does not show up. Okay, so Windows defenses are a little more lenient. They will still pop up, but they're a little more lenient. One trick that you can do is if you have a properly signed certificate, you can sign the file as well. So now not only is it not marked, it's also signed with a valid certificate, and that helps bypass defenses. This is not a defense bypass talk, so I'll just move on. If you're interested in that stuff, it's my bread and butter, so we can talk about it after here. Now I showed you a few things. We've seen the packaging. There's also something we call the trigger. The trigger is the deception, is the thing that the person sees and thinks, oh, this is a safe file to open. We'll look at that in practice shortly. And now we have to execute the payload itself on the target. as you all are aware of, I'm sure you've used antivirus, AV, right? It is not always on top of things, but if you give it enough time, especially with AI now, it will stop a lot of attacks, right? Not all of them, but it will stop a lot of them, especially if it's a publicly documented attack. And the moment it's documented, you can say goodbye. In fact, when I was preparing for this talk, I used a number of my undetected payloads that I've been using for years, right? So I tried this on the VM. It worked the first day, the second day it worked. The following day, I was preparing my slides. As you saw, most of you saw me preparing my slides, right? I tried that thing again, it stopped working. My defender said, this is a virus. And he gave it a generic name. So I did not want to go on doing that anymore. So this is the trickiest part. For execution, which is the payload running on the target, we are taking advantage of something called DLL side loading. Right? So think of it this way. Most files on Windows use a library. Inside this library, there's functionality. So for example, if you want a pop-up, right, you need a functionality to do that. You cannot write that into every single program. So there are library files on Windows that do this. The trick is that when a program is looking for a function inside the library, it's going to search for that particular library file. Now, there are fixed places where these libraries are, but for some reason, some of the files, it's actually from Microsoft. Like the order in which they search for the file starts from certain places, like the directory in which the program is being executed. Then it goes to System32 and so on and so forth. I've provided a link, and you can check it out. Right? It's like you're looking for your money. The first place you check is your pocket, right? The first place I check when I'm looking for money is in my wife's bag, because she's always taking my. Anyway, let's move on from there. So imagine this is what I always do. Go and check in her bag, and she wants to catch me, right? So she'll put something, maybe a trap, something, ink, and when I touch that, my hands are stained. For us, we will package the binary or our execution, the DLL, the library, with a legitimately signed Microsoft binary. So this is take a Microsoft program that is looking for a file that does not exist, right? So it's looking for a library, but the library does not exist in that location. So it's going to move on to other places. But what if we put that library in that directory and we give that library malicious code? What's going to happen is that the Windows program will run that library, which contains our malicious code. And the idea is that it will bypass detection, because when Windows Defender goes to look at that binary, it says this is from Microsoft, this is signed. This DLL is what the Microsoft programmed into the program to search for. So we are fine, right? Nothing is happening here. So that's the idea. So let's see this in action, right? Should I go? Okay, let's go here. So we send this malicious link to the user. Let's see. I want to even close my eyes, because if this fails, I'll be so sad. Okay, so we have this file that we're going to download. We have real-time protection enabled. I will turn on cloud also shortly. But I want to show you something. The execution of this particular malware is chained. First of all, it is going to go to the link that I sent. That link actually contains the executable. This is something, a technique called HTML smuggling, right? So I'll take the program, and then I will base64 encode it. I will make it like text and put it inside the HTML file. The browser, thankfully, will take that file and then convert it back into the executable or whatever file that I used and give it back to me. This way, I can send an actual binary without sending the binary in the email. Does that make sense? Okay, it's like magic, right? Let's do some magic. Okay. Let's see if we can get a shell when this runs. So let's be set up. A few things. Let's use netcat for this, right? So let's listen on port 4848, because port 4444 is used by what program? Anybody know what port 4444 is used? Which program uses port 4444? If you know, I'll give you my hoodie. Nobody? Okay, you can Google it also. I always say that. I won't see if you're Googling it. So anyway, so time is gone. Let's go ahead and then download this file. So I'll show you how the file is being downloaded as well. I have a web server running. So let's listen. Nee showed you this with the logs, right? It is not only a defensive thing, it is also something that you want to be doing when you are running or troubleshooting something, because you also want to understand what is going on. Okay. All right, so we're going to run this and download the file. It's going to get downloaded into this directory as a text file. Then it's going to get converted, right? But first of all, let's download the file. Let's say that we clicked on this email that came through. Right, so I'm going to click on this. And this is going to download the file. I've already downloaded it just in case something happens, right, with the internet or something. So let's see. This is an HTML file, but you can see that it's downloading an actual ISO. Let's wait and see. Okay, the file got downloaded. So far, Windows Defender has not triggered, so that's good. That's good news. Here we have the ISO, right? It's an image file. We're calling it the CV. So the pretext is that you would have convinced the user, hey, you know what? When I keep sending you my CV, your antivirus, something keeps blocking it, whatever reason you give them. So I'm going to package it. I have some other things also, like my portfolio, something. So I've put it all together in an image file. So let's go ahead and open this. And it will behave like my mother, right? So we'll open the file. It's an ISO file, so we'll create a mount. Let's go in there. And what you see, it's a CV, right? It's a PDF file. Is this a PDF file? I'll leave the mouse here. Let's see. Is this a PDF file? At least it looks like a PDF, right? But if you look at the stuff at the side, what does it say here? It's a shortcut, right? So it's actually not a PDF file. It's just a shortcut that looks like a PDF file. They say if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, then it must be a duck, right? So let's go ahead and open this file. We're opening our PDF file. Now, once again, like I mentioned, Windows is strict, so it's going to take a look at the file and say, what's happening here, right? It's a moment of truth. Let's wait and see. By the way, I recorded a video in case this fails, right? So I just play the video and everybody thinks I'm cool. All right, so this is called Smart Screen. It's popped up because the file is not signed, right? So I'll go ahead and hit run. And some stuff pops up. The CV opens up. Let me see if I can show you quickly what happens in the folder. So the CV has opened up, and in the background, there's some activity going on. This is downloading some text files from my web server. These text files are just the executable that is going to run the payload. It saves the text file and converts it into an executable. All of this is happening using Windows tools. I'm not using any third-party tool, anything like that. So according to Microsoft Windows Defender, all of this is Windows doing something, right? So let's go back to our listener and see. This is a moment of truth where let's see. And there we go. We have a shell, right? And this is with Windows Defender updated and turned on. I can turn on cloud-based. I mean, for your sake, I don't mind burning this technique, right? Okay, so now we've attained execution. We now have access to the system as the user Ryan, right? So I promise I'll stop with the Ryan jokes. It's getting old. Right? So now we have a shell on the box and we can do something. Who am I? Whatever it is that we want to do. Okay. So IP config. Just to confirm we are on the same box. Okay. All right. So you can see we're on the box. Please let me scroll to that. Don't look at the IP address. I don't want anybody attacking the box. Okay. Now we've gained access. What next? If we go ahead it's only one part of the trick, right? You have gained access to the machine. Yeah, but if you keep doing stuff, they will know it. They will know you're in the house. Like breaking into somebody's house, nobody caught you, but you decide that now that you're in the house, you're going to sit in the hall and watch TV. You might just as well call the police yourself, right? So we need a way of hiding our tracks. Now, Patrick was supposed to do this part of the talk. He had something amazing planned, but like I mentioned, he's unavailable for today. This is simply supposed to hide our tracks. You can use several channels for this. In the past, I used to use a tool called GCAT, which would send commands to a system through Gmail. So if you look at the logs, if you look at the stuff that Neil was showing, you will see your system connecting to Gmail, right? Now, of course, you could go back and see that it's coming from a binary, but you will only see Gmail traffic. However, this is actually the C2 framework sending traffic to the endpoint. You can also use GitHub, pretty much anything, Slack, anything at all that you want as a command and control. So for those of you who are wondering what a C2 is, it's just a channel or a way of sending commands to your implants and controlling it. So last demo before we go. And let's just switch here. Okay. I said I was going to share something I shouldn't, so. Okay, that's the VM. The last demo will require that I log into another machine. I don't know if it's even on or off. Okay. In case you're wondering, it's that machine down there, so we'll log in. Whilst we're doing that, let me show you something quickly. Home. Okay. Right. Okay. I'm connected to the Wi-Fi. It may have gone off. We'll see. Let me go ahead and show you something, though. On 80, we have a program. It's a tool called C3. So it's not a C2. It allows you to create different channels for interacting with implants. Currently, we have what we call a gateway here. And in that gateway, we have a relay. This is allowing us to, so this is the gateway, and this is our channel. This channel actually connects through GitHub, as you can see from the name, and I have a GitHub key. Also, you guys are, let me just hide the key. And please, the video people, edit that part out. And I was supposed to do the attack from here, but let's see, the machine is. Does anybody know how I can share both screens at the same time? Okay, so let me log in so you can see. So we've created a program that is going to communicate with our framework over GitHub. The reason why we are doing this, like I've stated, is so that when any analyst is looking at the communication, what they will see is GitHub communication and not malware talking back to any third party. Whilst this is loading, I'm going to do something quickly. Let's pull up Wireshark as an example, so we can analyze the traffic that's going. I think it's this interface. Okay, let's go back to this RDP session. Okay, and we will run the binary that connects back to our C2 framework. So here it is. It's called Agent Smith. And if I have internet access on this box, if I run this file, hopefully I did not rename it. So we see that the agent connects back to us. And if we look at the traffic between us and this particular agent, so for example, on this particular box, if I open up TCP view, for example, remember I run this agent smith.exe. I'm going to go ahead and then examine it. And let's see what is running in the background. It's run too much malware on this box. It's tired right now. Okay, so I'll show you part of the communication. Right? This connection has been established between this system and the remote end, and the traffic is coming through GitHub. If you have a tool for analysis and you go through that tool to perform any sort of deep inspection, you will see that the traffic between the C2 server and this remote end Okay. So let's log back into this box. Apparently I got logged out. This is just to show you the channel that is being used currently, right? That it is not the regular channel. This is going through GitHub. Let me pull up Wireshark again also, and we'll just examine this. And let's do this quickly. I need the interface that is on the internet, so that should be this one. And we'll do a quick edit. Let's do find packets and string, and I'll just type GitHub here. Let me stop this. Okay. So you can see that the traffic between, this is the traffic between the GitHub IP address and the system that just compromised. And we just compromised, right? So you look at the IP address, 140.82.121.6. And for those of you who have internet, you can check what domain that actually belongs to. Over here also, we can perform a quick analysis. Let's just open up our desktop. And let's use TCP view. It's a tool from the sysinternal suite. Let me just double click on this. And let's look at the program relay. We see the program that we just ran. If I right click and I do a whois, you can see that it's talking to GitHub, right? So our communication currently is no longer going through our regular channels. If there is any minimal investigation that goes on, it will see the traffic going through GitHub. So when I send a malicious command, it will go to my GitHub page. The tool will go to GitHub and download the malicious message and run it. And so the communication is going all the way through GitHub. You can do that for Slack, for Discord. I think even for your phone or if you have a smart device, you can use that as well. Okay, so this brings us to the conclusion part of this. These are all the demos that I have planned. How do we mitigate this sort of thing? Once again, you just need to train your people not to click on things that they should not. But you don't leave that to them alone. You must have proper filtering in place to block this sort of activity. And you need to disable the execution of scripts on endpoints. Simple application whitelisting should help with that. And then the last thing, you need to monitor for abnormal network traffic and make sure your network is not flat, right? Don't make it easy for the attackers. They will come anyway, but don't make it easy for them. Okay, so thank you. Do you have any questions before we wrap this up? I know I showed a lot of things, right? So any questions? Any questions? Everybody's okay. Is it that I've confused you or you are not interested in? Any questions? That's always a trick response. Okay. If there aren't any questions, thank you very much. If you want to talk about this thing later, always see me in the back end.
Yeah, I think we have one question here.
Okay.
So my question is, if you are able to think this far, to be able to bypass...
My apologies. Please say it again.
So if you are able to think this far, to be able to bypass the firewall, do you really have any solution to this?
Yes, it's always, so for example, you've seen this thing now, right? So if, for example, you were the defender in your enterprise, and I try to do this again, you should have an idea how to catch what I just did, right? Yeah, so that's the thing. You have to keep learning new techniques. So what I do is I'm always reading threat reports, looking for new ways attackers are doing it, and then I try to replicate it. For some of our clients, for those who are more mature, we want to test this in the environment and see if they can detect this sort of thing, right? But if you don't know what to look for, it's very hard, right? So the trick is, to your question, like, you just keep learning about this sort of thing, learning about new techniques. They're very often around the same thing. Maybe they've changed the way they do the execution or the delivery, right? But they are around the same things, right? And if you have good products, it helps. But mostly people are the best in detecting this sort of activity. So there's no one solution. That's why it has not ended. Like, it keeps going up, right? Because it's not like you have to keep learning. People are spending, you've seen organized crime now, right? Need show you how much money they are making. What if they decide that they'll pay me $1 million? Need please talk to them for me, right? They'll pay me $1 million to spend time like looking for ways to bypass. Yeah, I'll spend all my time, right? So yeah, it's hard. It's not simple. Okay. Any more questions? Yeah, there's a question at the back. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm asking, so after sending the payload to the target, you realize that the command or the script that's run created the executable file. Why didn't it automatically run it?
Okay. Very good question. Let me show you something in the background, okay, that I forgot to show, so my bad. Let me go ahead and then show you this. Perhaps this will answer your question. I can't find the video. I don't know what is wrong with my eyes. All right, so here it is. It was on this box we did that detonation. Now, I'm going to go into the directory where we mounted the share. And let me show you the various components. So I am going to do view, and let's show hidden items. Okay. But you see the files that are in there. This is the link. It's actually not the PDF. It's only a link to the PDF, right? So it's a link that contains code that says start the PDF and then also starts this program. So there's an actual Windows executable that is run. This program is signed by Microsoft. It's a Microsoft program. I didn't create it. I'm just using it for the side loading. I know this might be very small. First of all, we don't have the mark of the web. If you look at the digital signatures, you can see this is a Microsoft program. Right? So when it runs, Windows Defender is like, it's a Microsoft program. Why would I block my own program? Now, because this program looks for a file that does not exist, I have created that file for it, and I've put malicious code in that file, right? So here's that file. And I've told this program that whenever this program runs and calls you, run my batch file, which is going to download the malware remotely. Now, the reason why I don't want to pack the malware with the system, this is that then I'm giving Windows Defender an easy catch, right? If you catch the malware, then nothing I'm going to do is going to work. So if I create something new, I can put that on my server and still use the same delivery to run it, right? Yeah, so that's why you want to separate attacks from each other so that it's not easily caught. Yeah, yes, there's a question here also.
Thank you. Please, you said, how do you call it? This one, the one you have over there is going to download certain files.
Going to download, yes.
But why is the defender also not scanning that particular file?
So people downloading things in the environment is normal, right? It is. If Windows Defender will follow everything everybody does, you probably won't be able to use the system because it's going to scan everything. That is one of the drawbacks. They have to make a decision and say, if it's a Windows file, it's a Windows binary, maybe we'll leave it for now, right? We'll make sure that unless it does something really strange, I won't scan it. I'll wait for a while. Right? So it's a decision that the product vendors actually make, right? It's either that or your system is just a system that's catching everything. So then you also can't work. If you open a Word document, it will pop up and say, what are you doing, you know? So it's a decision that they make. One other thing is that we're using a signed Windows binary, and we're not downloading a file that looks malicious, right? We're downloading a file, but it's put into a text. So if you look at the response here, I was downloading text files, right? Now, what is malicious about a text file? You yourself you've seen that you can send doc and other documents, other file formats. So everything we are downloading is here. It's actually a text file that is downloading text files. Then it assembles the text files and uses another Windows program to assemble it back into the executable before it runs it. Right? So we're just using Windows, like, I want to fight with you, right? I'm using your hands to hit you, right? Yeah, that's how it's happening.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Okay, follow-up question.
Okay, so I want to find out the executable file. If you don't have access to execute a file, let's say there's a
application whitelisting or something.
Yes. So it means your code will not run, right?
Yes, exactly. That means I cannot run, especially if I'm running this from a location that is marked as like I don't have the rights to do that. It's also why I'm copying the file. You can see that I'm copying the file into a particular location. I'm copying the file into, and very good questions, right? Actually did not go too much into those details. On any Windows machine, this folder, Windows tags, every user can write to it. So because I know that I'm going to put the file there because I know I can write there. And then if I can write, I can run the file from there also, potentially, unless you block it, right? So that would be a good way of making sure. It's a simple fix like that will make this very difficult, right? Now you have to think about a lot of attacks and what to do.
Thank you.
All right, good questions, good questions. I will be here. If you want to talk more about this sort of stuff, please reach out to me. Okay. Oh, there are more questions. Okay,
yes.
Fun days.
Okay, so if by any chance the admin should know you're in the system, and then they want to like track down the person who's behind the hack, even with the command and control, would they be able to catch you?
Yes. If they're looking for strange things, yes. Now, what I did is simplistic, right? I did not try too hard to hide what I was doing on the box itself, just a demonstration. Some of the things I actually still use for like testing. So if I show you to you here, and they're streaming it online, right? That means it won't work again, and I won't get paid. So, but if they're looking, everything that you do on every system leaves a log. It leaves something, leaves what we call an indicator, right? Sometimes it's very small. People are not paying attention to it. But if you're looking, you'll find it. Right? That's how people are able to go back and do incident response and say, this is what happened, right? Because you are not, it's not magic, right? You're not a magician. You're not God. You can't speak the malware into being, right? You have to actually use something. So that's why. So to your question, if you're looking hard enough, you can find it's just not easy. It's on one system. Imagine you have to manage a number of systems, right? And you have to think through all of that and what they are logging, etc., etc.
Okay, then in this scenario, you are using GitHub.
Yes.
So it's like you are talking to your GitHub
Exactly.
page, and then a GitHub page is
It's
talking to
back.
the...
Exactly. So everything I'm doing, I'm going through GitHub. Like the other program, it's called GCAT. That one uses Google. So you will see your system reaching out to Gmail, and you think, okay, Google traffic, right? Nothing malicious.
So they need to compromise the C2 to get to you.
They have on because they always have the advantage. I always say that, like the blue people, the defense, they have an advantage because they know their system. So if nobody, like for example, I don't want to use my mother again. I apologize, my mother, if you're watching me, but she will not go to GitHub for any reason at all, right? So if you see somebody like a GitHub interaction that is not, it's not common, then it makes it easy to. You don't have to compromise the C2, but it's suspicious, right? And you can start investigating. Why is this person's machine talking to GitHub? And if you trace back, you'll see that there's a file that is not a normal Windows file, but it's talking to GitHub. So that's suspicious, so you can start investigating from there. If you have proper jurisdiction, maybe you can, I don't know if that's possible, but maybe use something to trace the GitHub and have them show you which user. But you can also check, it's a private channel, so it's not publicly accessible, the channel I'm using for GitHub, right? So you need to get permission from Microsoft, since they own GitHub now, to see which user or who sends that into your environment. Okay, but very good questions. It shows that this problem will go down, the way you guys are thinking. Next year it will be at 20%, right? 20%, okay. Any more questions? Okay.
Please, can the malware be made in a way that immediately it's installed on the system?
I'm worried already. The way you started your question, I'm worried. Go on.
It can directly move to be part of the startup files, that anytime the person just turns on the computer, it automatically starts up at the background.
Yes. So you're talking about persistence, right?
Yes.
So some people don't want a shellback. They don't care about that, right? So we like to do fancy stuff. They want to do persistence. So they want to make sure that when they run, they lock themselves into startup, like I was saying. So anytime the person comes or turns on their machine, they have persistent access to the machine. Some ransomware also do this. In fact, there was a campaign that does that. They will just start encrypting your files the moment you run this, right? So then you are already in trouble. Yeah. So it's up to you. What do you want to? What execution do you want? You want a shell, or do you want persistence or ransomware?
So please, and also you said the .txt files that are downloaded remotely,
yes,
are compiled together or assembled together by a Microsoft tool. What tool is that?
Setutil. So there is a project. Those are very good questions, by the way. There's a project called, please ignore this file, Lowbus. Lowbus is a collection of Windows, I don't have internet, but it's a collection of Windows files that you can use for code execution, right? So I don't know why I'm showing you people public IP addresses. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, so let's pick this. Let's look at Lowbus. It's a collection of Windows binaries that can do various things, right? So setutil can take any file and then put it back together again, right? Or encode it or decode it, whatever you want to do, right? So we're simply just using those techniques to do the bypass. Right? Yeah.
One last question.
Sure, go ahead.
Also, I think from the demo, I realized this attack can only happen when the user clicks the link from the email address. So I think the only one way to prevent is through it's like a contribution.
Yes.
One way to prevent is through education, like educating the receivers of the email on that.
I agree with you.
But
100%.
sir, how can you, the user who is sitting behind your machine, after receiving this email, maybe there is no colleague around to give you a hint that this is malicious, even after you've been educated, and it comes like
properly, like the proper. Under the right circumstances, even I would fall for something like this, right? I've clicked on things that, then I'm like, why did I do this? So for example, I'm here. I get a message from somebody that, the money that you, and I know I've spoken to the person about something like that. Let me just send it to him and then continue with what I'm doing. So you have to be vigilant, right? And that's why you always have to be alert all the time. It's like crossing the road. You know a car will hit you if you don't look, right? But one day, maybe you're distracted, a car hits you, everybody's like you're a careless person, but just because you got distracted. Right? So we have to help people. You don't leave the thing only for the people, because they're humans, they can do human things, but you make sure that you put things in place that helps.
Also, the
What is- I'm
the
sorry.
the logs aspect concerning the logs. You said after you finish everything, you can direct the traffic through
Like another
GitHub,
channel. Yes.
through other channels. So in this case, after the attack has happened and the SOC guys are in to check
Analyzing.
out how would they get to know where, and then you also made a point that the GitHub account is private. So how would they be able to know or get access to the attacker?
Okay, so there's going to be an indication. What I did was start something, or start a process. So like a process creation event will show up. A file copy event will show up, right? So they will see that. They'll see all those events. And if they trace them, they can put together what I did. Right? At least have a good idea what just happened. Right? So they always have the advantage. Once they're logging, they have the advantage, right? Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Awesome. Okay.
Thank you. So once you realize something like this is happening in your system and you are seeing all these things going on, what's the first steps to salvage the situation? Do you just delete the executable files you can see, or what do you do?
Yeah, so for the incident response process, containment will be one of the first things you want to do, right? Once you've identified this, like you need to cut the system out of the network. Then you can analyze it, because this could be happening on other systems also. So if you delete it, you've lost your opportunity to inspect what is happening and then use that knowledge to protect your environment or identify even further attacks, right? So this could be one of the chains. Maybe they've gained access to other systems. This is one way they're attacking another system. I'll be brief about this. One of the things that attackers do is that they use the reason why they can trick people often is that, well, once they break into the system and they have access to your emails, they already know who you're talking to and who is waiting for the document. So then they can craft a mail that is believable. It's coming from John to AC, and it's about the document you said I should send to you. So AC is going to see this. I've been trained, but I have to work, right? So I'll click on the link and see. So the best thing to do is to cut the system off, contain it, then analyze what's happening, so you can prevent that from spreading to any systems if that has happened. Yeah. Okay. So last question, I hope. Otherwise, we won't leave here. And I'll be here. I'll be at the back there, so you can come and talk to me. Okay, I'm not going anywhere.
Okay, thank you. Mine is not a question. Okay. I think you've even touched on that. My colleague was saying, how would they be able to trace to the attacker? The aim of the defense team is not to go chasing the attacker. It's just to prevent your territory where you are, so that you have analysis of what's happened, and then you can block it so that it doesn't happen again.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And another thing is, he made mention of, just escape me. Okay.
It will come.
Yeah, it will come. It will come.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. I will, out of respect for the time for other people, let me stop here. I will be at the back there, so please come and talk to me. As you can see, I'm a very friendly person, right? So I will be there. I won't be upset because you're asking me questions. I do training also, so I'm asked questions every day, so it's fine. And my son is also learning how to talk, so the questions are non-stop. So this is for the next speaker, right? For the next speaker. Okay. So we have a talk on web application attacks, and I'm going to share my screen and share the link with the next speaker.
But guys, you didn't clap for him when he finished. Oh. So next up, we have Web Application Testing Basics by Nate Carey, who is a penetration tester. And yeah, he'll be joining us virtually, so stick around.
do that for me when I finish. I'm going to make you post, okay, and you can go ahead and do it without me. Please. We are going to make sure that your audio is coming through the speakers. So give me just a moment. I'm glad to see you have the. Okay, so Nate is going to give us. Okay, I see my audio is coming through here. So Nate is going to give us a talk on web application basics. Nate is a very good friend of mine, a very dynamic friend, but I'll let him get into the details of that. He's a pen tester, red teamer. He also says he's from Nigeria, right? So that's what he says. So, all right. Are we good to go? Okay. They're just fixing audio and then we can start. Yes.